lived ones, especially in leadership positions. You cannot afford to experiment, because a leader should be that person who is adding value to his people, who lift them up, who help them advance, somebody who make them be part of a bigger thing than themselves. Actually, Proverbs 29:2 says, when the righteous are in authority, people rejoice, but when the wicked are in authority, people mourn. And you judge a tree by the fruit that it's bearing. Is this a good leadership? Is it a righteous leadership? Is it a wicked leadership? And Gen Zs, we can speak for ourselves. We're still nursing gunshots. I have 3 in my tummy. And then we have guys who are 6 feet under. People, our fellows have been maimed. People have been butchered. And right on our face, the same injustice is still being displayed in our face. I think it will be wrong for us to expect them, or it will be timid to think that the same government will set a timetable for us for our freedom. They will not. And I take great disappointment, especially with our legislators who pass laws on our behalf that they are never intending to implement. I take great disappointment, even with the church, who prefer to remain silent behind security of stained glass windows, not speaking when their children are dying, when the injustice is reigning. And again, I take serious disappointment, especially with the middle class. A few of us who think that they've sailed out of the muddy ponds into fresh flowing waters, and they've forgotten the stench of the backwaters where their brothers are still drowning in. And instead of reaching out, they are safeguarding their salaries, which is just but a paycheck away. Whoever is thinking that they are comfortable in the hands of Ruto, wait and see when the debtors come crashing in. Because look at the policy, the China, the West and the East. These guys are not our friends. These guys are looting our resources day and night. These guys actually are impoverishing this geographical location. And as they do that, they, in exchange, they give us social destruction and decay as an alternative, instead of putting accountability mechanisms to make sure that our government puts its priority correctly. How can we move forward if our economy is not productive? During 1963, about 83% of our populace were employed in agricultural sectors. And as it stands today, you'll be so surprised that just actually about the same number now are employed in the service sector. And about 17% are employed in manufacturing, which is dwindling and going down. Look at the tax policy of this regime. And only less than 3% are engaged in agriculture. So then how would we advance? How would we develop as a country? These guys' policies are inverted, and they are informed by the external agendas whose interest is to make sure that we leave raw materials untouched, and they keep on raking it, and they keep on taking it as much as they can. I saw Xi Jinping, when he was being asked in an interview, when he goes to sleep, what is he worried about? And his answer was that his answer was simple, and it was one straight, that he worries about raw materials in the world, that it will be exhausted, or it may not be available tomorrow. And guess where they get their raw materials from? And their worry, yes, is true, because they're worried that we will wake up, which I believe is a high time that we must wake up, because it is power. It is power that when properly understood, is what can give us the ability to achieve our purpose. Power is the strength required to bring about social and political and economic changes. And this power, already we've given ourselves this power through the Constitution, because the Constitution gives the citizen the sovereign authority, which we can exercise directly or indirectly. And since we gave it to Ruto, he has never represented our interest. He's never acted in our interest. He's always gone against us. We wonder who he serves. He has mutilated the Constitution. As we speak to date, it is not a question. Ruto is guilty as charged in the court of public opinion. And I agree with you, even if we are going to seek legal redress Fabish tomorrow, legal contests are the sole form of activity. When the legal contests are the sole form of activities, the ordinary citizens are mostly involved passively as spectators. And sometimes his interest is stirred, but his energies are unemployed. But mass matches transform the common man into a star performer and engage him in total commitment. And I think that is the heart of where we need to focus. Because what lobbying and imploring could not do in legislative halls, marching feet accomplish them 1,000 miles away. And these are the areas that actually where we should be going from here. And yes, the struggle has not been easy, because freedom is not won by passive acceptance of suffering, because freedom is won by a struggle against suffering, and we have actually paid the price, but we are yet to pay fully. Because when you see people still act timidly or fearfully, if you continue acting timidly or fearfully, some will be gone. It's the time to speak for yourself. Remember the famous saying that when they went for the socialist, I did not speak. When they went for the unionist, I did not speak. When they went for the Jew, I did not speak. And now they're coming for me. There's no one to speak for me. And I know even in this platform, abductions are still consistent. They are still abducting people even from these platforms. So we got to speak like it is our last. Whatever activity you're going to make, don't think you have another time. It is either today or never. So let's come up with the actions that are precise, that are rigorously exact and accurate to deliver the desired result that we are looking forward to. And this we can achieve together, because they are the minority and we are the majority. In a republic, we all control our lives. We are all Moses. We got the keys to open all the prisons and walk to our freedom. And people's power is when we lose our fears. And this has happened before. Because when we lose our fears, they lose up their powers. You remember June 25th. And we are going to remain consistent. And we must be able to see even the weak from the dark, because I know a number of individuals or characters are not here for the sole reasons of the ultimate freedom. Some are still caught up in thinking with your stomach instead of visionary. But I believe that we have leadership that has been demonstrated by a number of you. I've attended most of your spaces. And I'm so convinced that we are not alone. And it is closer by. So if it is tomorrow, then let's act decisively. But as we move from tomorrow, we must have initiatives that engage the citizen actively so that they're fully committed to the call of justice. So we've seen sometimes we get good lawyers, but they buy the judges. And the ultimate say is with the people. Yeah, so I'll still hang around. If there's any question, I'm ready to take, and I'm happy to be part of the team. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Justice. That was a very powerful presentation, actually. And for sure, Kenya is at a breaking point. We went to bed uh, with a dream of a government that will bring prosperity, justice, equality to all Kenyans under, under the Kenya Kwanza administration, only to wake up to a nightmare of escalating hardship, political chaos, deepening economic instability. We are witnessing not just a failure to deliver on promises, but a real betrayal of the fundamental values of good governance. Look at the food prices, look at the employment rate, look at the rampant corruption. Families can barely make ends meet. As Julius Nyerere once said, the people government should serve the people's interest. Yet here we are watching those interests eroded. Thank you. I will hand over to Milt Wanjiru, and then she can bring in Milton. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I was in a little bit earlier. I don't think I'm not sure whether Abdi was there. I think what Abdi had just come in. And when I was leaving, I was talking about taxes because all the problems we have now um, are pegged on us being able to fund this government to do all the things that they're doing that are not actually benefiting Mwananchi. So I was asking, how do we make them accountable for the money that they get from every taxpayer? And I, 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 I I talked about healthcare, which is really my concern that, if the government cannot provide healthcare, I don't think they have any business being in office because people are dying. They're saying they have this SHA, I don't know, shift, I don't know what. Uh, but then nobody is benefiting from that. People are dying. Nobody's saying anything. The head of state is quiet. The Ministry of Health is quiet. Nobody's talking. When you look at the state of our education, it is in a very, very bad state. Nobody's talking. And yet, they're collecting billions and billions of money every single day, and this money is just being used to fund a lifestyle for these politicians and all these government officials, traveling abroad and, you know, um, getting all these allowances. And that's all they care about. That's all they care about. They only care about what it is in for them being in office. But the Monanchi is suffering. We are talking, people are talking. I'm sure every household, people are having these conversations. I'm sure people in their marketplaces and in the matatus and everywhere, people are talking about these problems. But we need an engine that is going to move something that can make a change because 2027 is too far. The pain is unbearable now. 3 years down, I think it's going to reach a breaking point at one point. So we need to see how civic education can help people understand what the problem is. And then we also need to see how we can, challenge government and which avenues we can use to petition government. I know in developed democracies, citizens can sign petitions, and when a petition reaches a certain number, for example, in the UK, if a petition reaches 100,000, it has to be debated in Parliament. And I don't know if we even signed a petition, where would you take this petition? I understand when the president said he wasn't aware people are being abducted and people had disappeared, there is a group that attempted to, present a petition to the office of the president, and they were brutalized. So that is the kind of situation we find ourselves in, where we know what is going on. Everybody in the country, including a child on this, a child in a primary school, can actually tell something is not right. But what do we do? How do we challenge this? Because we need to, as much as we are planning to uh, put people in positions in the coming elections, for now, we need to challenge all these things about healthcare, education, infrastructure. You know, there are places that are, somebody will send me a picture. They were trying to access um, an, a farm where they were going to bury their kin, and they couldn't get through because the infrastructure is so bad. You know, there's a bridge that had collapsed, and they had to, you know, try and, you know, carry this casket, you know, by hand to go through a very dangerous place. So it is bad. And the security in the country is also one thing, because people are being abducted. People are feeling unsafe. Some people just have to turn their mobile phones off because, you know, data privacy has become an issue. You know, you turn your mobile phone off, on, somebody will know your location and you feel, you know, threatened. So there's all this going on, but then what can we do, and how can people petition? How can people raise their voices? Um, I understand the U.S. Um, has had spoken to the president about the abuses of human rights, and if at all these abuses are going on, how can the government is not going to tell the US that abuses are going on? We don't know how, you know, honest they're being when they're questioning these things. But at least if we keep shouting and we keep, you know, on social media, and we keep talking about these things and making sure the whole outer world is aware of what's going on in Kenya, I think the amplifying the problems on social media and trying as much as possible to petition and send these petitions, even if they don't do anything. We sign the petitions, we send it to them, and then maybe one day something is going to happen. But I don't know what's going to happen because judiciary is not on our side, parliament is not on our side, executive is not on our side. We are on our own, but we have to keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjiro, for that powerful submission. I'll leave Justin, data analyst Fabian, and every speaker to chime in. But I agree with you that while we are continuously being told about efforts to boost the economy and public investment, I think the reality on the ground is a different story. Our healthcare system is truly crumbling. Education standards is being compromised. Essential services remain inconsistent. This raises the pressing question: where is our tax money going? I think we need to demand transparency and accountability in how public funds are managed. Without a clear answer, it's hard to justify the visible gap in public service delivery. I think we have the right to know where these taxes collected diligently still Kenyans face hardships assessing healthcare, education. The focus should not shift raising funds, but ensuring that they are effectively utilized. I think you're right. We need to amplify these voices to push for petitions to seek government transparency on tax revenue allocations. I think it's clearly the problem we demand for transparency. And I'll leave it there. I will leave the other speakers to chime in. If Dr. Milton wants to come in, let me know. Uh, Justice, do you want to chime in? Data analyst and Fabian, I saw your hands are raised.
Yes, I think I can go. Unless Dr. Milton, because Dr. Milton hasn't spoken, unless he wants to go, I think I can go.
You can go ahead, then I speak after you. I think I'm
No
finished.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Abdi, you have asked a very good question. But before about taxation, but before I talk about that, Wanjiro, there's something you've said about petitions, and there are there are number of petitions that are going around, and I want to focus on the one that is on sanitary products, because sanitary products that we are being sold are not cotton. So there's a petition going around, and the target is 10,000 petitioners. There's a court case, and it affects everyone: daughters, sisters, mothers, aunties, every single one of you. And whether it affects you or not, it affects somebody you know. So please, when you get a hold of it, please sign that petition. So that's petition number one. There's also a petition that will go around soon about the IMF. There's a team that wants to sue the IMF, and because of what is going on, yeah, the debt is too high, and that's something I want to speak about. We have the gross domestic product, but right now, I think I was as I was looking at the numbers from the IMF, I think we should call it the gross foreign product. And why do I say that? I say that because 70% of GDP goes to public debt. 70%. So what that means is that 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 10% we get from diaspora, that 5% we get from agriculture, that 15% we get from healthcare. When you tally all that up, it's going to some foreign pockets. And then, Abdi, you've rightly talked about taxation. This money that we are getting, that we pay, where does it go? Because it's a colossal amount. If it was going into the economy, we would feel it. We are not feeling it. The money that we are being given by the donors, the loaners, where is it going? Because again, that is a colossal amount of money. And it's like I said before, we do not have consequences for the leadership. There are no consequences. They just keep leading us astray, you know? And that's a very big challenge. The minute that we have consequences, then things will start aligning. Things will fall into place. But right now, to be honest, we have the fox in charge of the hen house. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. Yeah. But we need to stop them before we run out of chicken. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, data analyst. I like the part a strong economy doesn't need constant reminders from bloggers like Itumbi. People should feel it in their daily lives through better opportunities and greater financial ease. I think if leaders have to keep pointing out the benefit, we are not probably reaching anywhere. Real progress is not just seen, but is spoken. Dr. Milton, over to you.
Thank you very much. It's been a tough week. I want to salute all of us that are here, and I also want to acknowledge the commitment that everyone has to this cause, and that is best demonstrated by the presence, the consistency of being on this space every 7 days and every other day that we have an opportunity to engage. Today, I want to start by taking note of certain key events that have happened over the past 7 days that I think have been significant or extremely troubling to me, and some have also been gratifying to a certain extent, if you like. And one of those things is the win by Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. I have seen a lot of sentiment, and people have expressed themselves. But I honestly think I want to agree with a conversation that we had with Hillary on Tuesday on election night, that perhaps Trump's win is good for for Kenya and many other African countries, for the reason that the "Make America Great Again" um, narrative, as much as I do not believe in it entirely, I think it is good that when Americans and those in power at the White House will focus on Americans, then you will have a lot of the big brother syndrome and the validation that William Ruto has been having, and I want to speak directly, I do not expect that it is going to continue. One of the things is, and I hope it happens very quickly, I have seen our people express themselves online, is the current diplomatic representative of the US in Nairobi, and how she has been acting as if she is advancing the interests of Ruto and his cartels. And that has been, it has left me asking myself very many questions. What exactly has been the brief that Meg Whitman had in her Call of Duty Nairobi? I think the other thing that would be Kenyans need to focus on is the end of the Kenyan mission in Haiti, because it is not serving any interest of the Kenyan people that we have our security and law enforcement officers in a foreign country when we are not secure back home. When you cannot utafungia ng'ombe zako na ulale usingizi. So I think it is something that I look forward to. And also the other thing that puts Kenya on the firing line and has given Ruto and his cronies the false sense of bravado is the recognition by President Biden that Kenya is a non-NATO ally of the United States. Who knows what that means? How does that significantly help our country? But even so, the the shame that our foreign policy under this regime is, you see police abducting uh, people who are running from persecution, and then you hand them over in the dead of the night, and you only come to speak when there is pressure and say those people were being extradited because of crimes. Surely there are many other things that I hope the Trump presidency will be able to address and call William Ruto to order. He will not expect to mistreat Kenyans because President Trump says his focus is on America. And I think that is a very important thing for us to take note of, and for us to be able to say it is a positive. For me, that was significant. I remain a Democrat, but then, as we always say, uh, you know, when you lose an election, you're not going to you allow the other people. So I would have expected Kamala Harris to win, but then it is what it is. Donald Trump comes in, he becomes the president of the United States, and I can only expect that how he relates with Kenya will be much more with an iron fist, more of a stick as opposed to the carrot, so that we can see an end to the brutality that we have seen in our country. Of greater concern for me are two things. One, during the burial of Mzee Eliud Marende, father to Speaker of the National Assembly Emeritus, Honorable Kenneth Marende, I heard something that has really disturbed me for a very long time. When Oparanya spoke, first of all, for him to say that Kenyans should not expect him to speak kwa sababu ako na peremende kwa mdomo na anajua shida ya hao wengine ni gani, that for me is the lowest. And I would expect the country and Kenyans to have called him out. I listened to that clip last night, and frankly speaking, I've not had peace. I've had nightmares when Oparanya says that sasa akona peremende kwa mdomo, so hawezi ongea. And the second thing is Oscar Sudi coming out to say that he is now the whistleblower uh, of corruption in Kenya. That is a new law. And I think as a country, today I'm speaking a little more collected and calm, but it doesn't mean I am less angry. I am actually trying to make sense and ask our people, how much more can we take before we come out and stop this nonsense? How much more will these dealers masquerading as leaders insult our intelligence before we come out and speak? I'm still asking myself, when police abduct citizens like they did to Boniface Mwangi, and after there is hue and cry and social media bans, then they produce him at Kamukunji police station. And you tell us that the police are not responsible for the disappearances. How much more can we take, fellow Kenyans, before we tell William Ruto enough is enough? When you have a man who oversaw the killing of Gen Z protesters and anybody that was against this government, a man who oversaw that being elevated to the deputy presidency, and today I have seen that he is now ordering, I don't know whether it is an order or a directive, that the next, his successor at Ministry of Interior now needs to tell Kenyans about the disappearances and ensure that they are not happening. Meaning, this is a leadership of selective amnesia. They cherry pick when it is convenient for them to speak, but when it is not, then they will be quiet. I listened to William Ruto speak in Laikipia this week, saying that there is going to be some immunization of Kenyan livestock starting January. And this is coming at a time when there is a lot of information. There could be misinformation in it about the agenda of the globalists. And there we are. Nobody sees anything wrong in that. And Kenyans, we are still demonstrating our resilience as a people. Surely something has got to break the camel's back one more time. I think it is important for us as a people to now begin asking ourselves, we need to take the first step. The first step in making sure that we mobilize our people to be angry enough to send William Ruto and his people out of government. I listened to Ndindi Nyoro speak about the loans that this regime has taken in 2 short years of 7.2 trillion. And he gave a list of what 7.2 trillion into the Kenyan economy could have done. And those numbers are mind boggling. They are annoying. I'm actually still like this and calm because of the anger in me at how we are normalizing theft, how we are normalizing bad governance, how we are normalizing stupidity for leadership. And I want to, as I allude to stupidity and leadership, I want to ask us. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere spoke about the distinction between a stupid person and a fool. I don't know whether any of us has listened to that clip, where Mwalimu Nyerere says that a fool is unteachable, but a stupid person, or is it the other way around? What are we as a people? I need us to ask ourselves, are we stupid? Are we fools? Or are we both? Because if, unless we are one of those two or a combination of both, then what is going on in our country cannot be anything that a people as empowered as the Constitution of Kenya does to us will tolerate and say that we are waiting for 2027. Honestly, I just want to ask that we begin to mobilize substantively. And let us challenge ourselves here today that the next space that we have, we are going to bring one or two more people so that we have more people participating in this space. I want us to challenge one another that as 11/11 tomorrow happens and we want to occupy Milimani, that we are going to get and tag along someone or two people or three people. That is the only way we can begin to make an impact. Otherwise, I want to tell you this. In the minds of the political class, we have seen Casmuel Makore today. He has joined ODM. It means that these people are reaching out. They're telling people, abandon your side and join us. The other day, you remember, William Ruto joined this space. Why? Because we have remained consistent. But when they look at the diminishing numbers of people who are taking part in these spaces, they know that they are winning. And I like what I can't quite remember who was saying that when our fear is gone, they lose their power. We need to dispel our fear. I'm pleading with us. And I'm going to ask what I said again last week. Let us be the drivers of what we want to see from the next person. We can occupy Milimani law courts tomorrow and move from there and occupy parliament. We can occupy the county assemblies. We can occupy the constituency development fund offices. We can occupy the individual offices of the MCAs and members of parliament. The moment we do that, and this is where social media becomes crucial, let that spread all over. Let us occupy the churches. Why are we allowing these dealers, these thieves to come to churches and desecrate our churches and our places of worship and mosques and the temples? We need to occupy. I want us, like I said, I am not calling on anybody to become a terrorist, but I am calling on all of us to adopt the mindset of a terrorist because of the military precision with which they operate. Because that is what we are missing. Let us make it impossible for these people to operate. We know where they live. We know where they take their tea. We know where they meet to cut their deals. Why are we not coming out and mobilizing our people to say, look, Moses Wetangula, an audio clip of you came out in the course of the week, and we feel that that is against the person occupying the office of the Speaker of the National Assembly. Whether or not that is true, we need you to step aside and be held accountable. Moses Wetangula should not be allowed to be taking tea at Serena, or the people of Bungoma should be mobilized to waylay him and make him to resign. The Kenyan people, we saw the Michuki spirit in the NAC era in 2003. Kenyans were arresting police officers. People who were corrupt were forced to resign. If they are not willing to do it, can we force them to do it? Kagame did it in Rwanda. That you are forced, you will be given a pen and a paper, and you sign that resignation and hand it in and walk home. Can our people do that? Can't our people do that? What gives these members of parliament, these corrupt, these thieves, where do they get this power to come to the village and continue to treat Kenyan people with so much contempt and even showing them the middle finger? Can we force one member of parliament to resign at a matanga that he comes? And you call Kurunzi and everybody, we cover that. Send it, make it viral. That an MP or an MCA or a CS has been forced to resign by the people at a public event because they are always attending these events. That way, the message will be home. And that is the point. I think that is where we are right now, good people. It is the small things that we do that are going to make a difference. Mobilize yourselves. The Nyumba Kumi initiative that was talked about. Let us use it. Let it not be used by chiefs to spy on our people. We can use it kuweka vifuli kwa hizo ofisi za hawa watu. We can use the Nyumba Kumi initiative as a concept to model how we will force those governors out of office by shutting them out of the office and saying, enough is enough. I've been talking about how disrespectful it is for William Ruto to tell the Kenyan people that enough is enough. Which employee tells the employer enough is enough and continues to keeps their job? Who? Who? Why are we allowing it? Why are we allowing them to abuse us, to insult us? This is the time for us to say enough is enough. And the small things from the lowest level is what will pass a strong message when we start forcing them to do those things. I want to tell you this, that where I come from in Yamira and where I live in Embakasi East, we are going to mobilize our people, apo, to make those people at our level. And as far as tomorrow is concerned, let us know, Fabish, we need to know what exactly we are looking for, how many people we want, how many people want to come, are willing. We can mobilize. and make it possible for our people to occupy. As we speak, I am scratching my head how my team at Kurunzi and Anthony, this is something important because we had a discussion about it. How we are going to make sure that the compromised quote unquote mainstream media will not give the give a falsified narrative of what happens tomorrow. So I am working my head right now trying to deploy resources in terms of the human personnel and the capacity to be able to cover the proceedings in court tomorrow. We want to know which of our people are desiring to come and they are unable, or what exactly do we need to do. I have seen, and this is the time I want to, as I land, I want to make a call to action. We see what Morara is doing. Amazing job. He was is it in Kilifi, where he was talking about a project that Ruto said is employing 200 people every day. A whole president is proud to tell us, yet that project has not taken off. Murara was there. Can we create a structure where now we start reaching out to all other formations that are similarly objected, similarly missioned? We start reaching out to them and saying, hey, let us now caucus. Because if there are people who are continuing to speak about these things, even now, those are people who appreciate that this is a marathon and not a sprint. And therefore, we need to start pulling together. We need to start caucusing from the lowest level all the way up, so that all our efforts can begin to look synchronized and harmonized, so that we can go back to making sure that the resources that we have are prudently deployed and there is no duplication in whatever we are doing. And such that everybody is able to do that which they can deliver best to the cause of the revolution. So that if Milton, I am a media person and that is where I thrive, we can be able to say that everything to do with that, let us have this as a main strategy, and we have a fallback and up to plan C and D. And if Anthony, you're good with this, Fabish, this is what you do best, we do that kind of mobilization, so that as soon as next month, William Ruto will not be going to Mombasa to enjoy the Christmas period after Jamhuri Day. And that even Jamhuri Day will happen, and the Kenyan people, the same way, and I want to pose this as a challenge, the same way that the state mobilizes people to come for the national holidays, we are going to mobilize our people to attend those holidays, those events, so that when William Ruto is speaking and they are telling lies, we will have the national flag and the white handkerchiefs, and people will have passed their message that we no longer have the confidence. In fact, we can have that as a plan and say William Ruto will not address Kenyans on the day we celebrate our independence because he has taken our independence away. We can begin to mobilize the country to say that no county commissioner is going to read the presidential speech by William Ruto on a day we are celebrating our independence, because we are no longer independent. That the self-rule and governance that our forefathers bequeathed subsequent generations has been taken away by this leadership and this regime. And therefore, they have no moral authority to address us on the day as important as we celebrating our independence from the colonialists and colonial masters, because today they are not working for us, they are working for our masters to enslave us in our own country, enslaving us by making it impossible for us to afford basics, for us to have access to an education. They are making it impossible for us to access healthcare, which is a fundamental right. They are not allowed to address the great people of Kenya on a day marking independence from the shackles of slavery when they are enslaving us in our own country 60 plus years after independence. And we have to be able to rise up and say, we are not waiting for the America and the West to tell off William Ruto and his people because they have their own countries to take care of. We as a people will rise and say, this is our country. You will govern how we want you to govern and not how you want us to be governed. That we are the boss and we are the employer, and when we get tired, when we fire you, we have the power, we have the right to hire and fire, and you stand fired. That is what I would want us to see. And if this space can be able to come up with that kind of call to action, then we will make progress. And the last call I want to make is this. As I land, please, if you know of anybody that has a radio or TV frequency that they are not using, or you know of someone that has a radio or TV frequency and they're struggling to run the business, please reach out. We may not have the billions because we have not stolen, but I believe that we can mobilize ourselves using this space and others to create an investment in media business and an operation that is going to support this movement and make it everything we want. I do not have that kind of money, but I am reaching out and saying, if you know a media entity that is struggling and that would be open to a structure that allows people to invest in it and for it to support this revolution, please reach out so that we begin to make real progress in holding William Ruto and his cartel accountable. And we are not holding them accountable to continue staying in office. We are holding them accountable by running them out of town and holding a trial and sending them to jail. Let us not make our country the mockery that it has become already. This is the time for us to stand up and say, enough is enough. Good people, I don't want to raise my tempers beyond where they are right now, because I can speak and speak and speak. I want to land at that point. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. If you have any concerns, if you need anything, please feel free so that we put our heads together and begin to substantively make the wheels of justice on behalf of our country, for the sake of our children and our children's children and their grandchildren, for their future to be bright. Let us continue speaking. Lastly, comrades, some may think that this is just a wasted space where we come and rant and rant and rant, but that is not true. The correct position is that we continue speaking, we continue agitating, and as long as we are talking, someone would listen. And even the walls have ears. And like I said, even a broken clock is right once a day. And I am looking for that once a day to come, that our broken country will get it right and our people will stand and joyfully celebrate the fruits of their expectations and the labor and their resilience. Thank you, comrades. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Milton, for that powerful presentation. I think I agree. We move forward. To move forward is crucial for this movement. I want to emphasize the importance of reaching out to leaders regardless of their current affiliation. I think it's essential to remind everyone that unity is our greatest strength. I think it has a unique capabilities, contribution that can best be hardened when we come together, putting aside individual interests and for the collective good. I think let's focus on building bridges, fostering trust, leveraging what each person can deliver to empower the movement and amplify a shared goal. Let me bring in Anthony.
Just 30 seconds, Abdi. I just wanted to request Dr. Milton to kindly just open your DM so that we can connect. Thank you.
Yeah, we will be giving you the chance. Please just raise your hand too. So I'll bring in Anthony and then Linus, and then we hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abdi, and thank you, Hilary, for opening the space. And all protocols I've observed, everyone who's listening and everyone who's on the speaker panel. Sorry, I came in late. We've gotten an invite by a group of young people on TikTok. It's not our familiar ground, but I'll be leaving to go to TikTok at around 10 p.m. thereabout. Basically, it's a conversation around what will be happening tomorrow. And I know what I'm about to say will not be popular, but personally, I feel anyone to me who's against this regime, whether they're in politics, whether they were in the old politics, whether it's the new generation, I will make a coalition with everyone who can get Ruto out. About tomorrow. So tomorrow we shall be in court. I happen to have had some calls in the morning with the legal team representing the LSK team and with the new legal team that we have, including Mount Kenya jurist. We want the two cases to be joined together. Now, the media team from Kalonzo Musyoka has said they'll cover it. But because I'll also be on Nairobi, I'll do my best to stream it on in real time on my X account. So I want to be there very early so that I'm in court early enough so that I can also get a position where I can sit. And like I said, we do not have the luxury to segregate ourselves. Ruto is not doing it, and I'll also not do it. For instance, when we were grappling with who will do the live stream tomorrow, when we approached Kalonzo, he said, yeah, if you want my team there, I'll be there. I'll cover it 100%. We must come together as a people, keep our differences aside, and start moving forward together. We are not moving together because we love each other. We are moving together because the person we are facing gives us more reason to deal with him first, then deal with each other second. Tomorrow, I am very optimistic that we have a solid case against Ruto. And the reason I'm optimistic we have a solid case against Ruto is because unlike Ken Trako, unlike Chief, Ruto has not made any move on JKIA. From what we are hearing from the workers' union in KAA is that the Adani team is very upset. And they are pushing because they say there's nothing moving in regards to the JKIA deal. And another thing I must bring light to you guys is that KAA has a solid lawyer, Fred Ngatia. So how Ruto will maneuver this, I do not know. But I'm calling on all Kenyans to come out tomorrow in large numbers and show the world and show other Kenyans that we are not giving JKI away without a fight. That is number one. Number two, that the people do not want this deal. Today, as we speak, I've just seen something going around. A child died on the floor of the hospital because no one wants to accept Shifosha. So tomorrow, if you give out JKI and Adani's payment is due, and Kenyans don't have that payment, does it mean Kenyans will not fly? Is that what Is that the deal we want for Kenyans? He has already switched off 50% of the power grid in Bangladesh. These are the things we are standing against. And this is why I believe strongly that if we come out tomorrow and show the world, Adani included, the president included, that Kenyans are willing to put up a fight, it is my honest submission, we shall win this fight together. Because Kenya belongs to all of us, the young, the old, and the unborn. That is the fight we are fighting, my fellow people. The differences between us are minimal, are very minute compared to the future we might lose if we concentrate on our small personal fights that really do not have any bearing on the future of this country. We must put our personal differences aside for now and fight the fight for our future and the future of our children. Those would be my submissions today. My submission today is we must work together. Our differences are minimum, very minute compared to the threat we face going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, always for your submission. Linus, do you want to go?
Thank you so much, Abdi. Thank you so much once again, the host, for the space. I'll be very brief. I so wish to just pick it from where Anthony has left. We are united by a common enemy. We all agree, all Kenyans agree, that we are heading in the wrong direction. All of us acknowledge that things are not well. All of us acknowledge that there is serious crisis in leadership, and the person that we have at the pinnacle has got no crisis leadership credentials. Because when an organization is going through a crisis, then the person at the pinnacle has to adjust and maneuver the organization out of the crisis. But we are in a scenario where we are delving deep, we are digging deep into crisis. My take is this: I've heard Milton speak, I've heard all the other speakers, I've been a keen listener today. But my take is this: leadership crisis in the country. Who bears the greatest responsibility? The greatest responsibility is borne by the citizenry. The people, the commoners, have the power. As Milton put it, they hire, they fire. But then my worry is this: if the commoner does not know or does not understand the extent, the depth of his strength or her strength in terms of leadership, then we are headed nowhere. And that's why even in my initial contribution, I acknowledged and I emphasized that we are bad. We are doing bad. We are doing so bad. We always say that God brings forth good leaders, but God does not work in isolation. God works through a medium. It is in the Old Testament that God used to speak through clouds and dust and mountains, those physical things. But I think in the New Testament, God works through a medium. And the medium here is the human being. All these characters call themselves leaders simply because they can mobilize human characters to identify with their goal and to lead them to achieve their particular goal. But let's ask ourselves and face the reality. Amongst us, all of us from the time this movement started, do we have better persons? Do we have better alternatives? Do we have persons who will go into position of leadership, not to serve themselves and their cronies, but to serve for the public good? Do we have persons who will understand that that particular position he is being given by a commoner? Because the paradox is the persons we put in leadership, they are very friendly when they're seeking the votes, which is very common with so many persons, even in the organizations or in our places of work, in businesses, we see them. They are very friendly when they need, but once they get it, the only thing they can give you is dust. Look at what happened with today with, is he called Murugara, the member of parliament who was distributing cabbages. I mean, to him, that is leadership. To him, that is providing solution. But is it the leadership that we want? It's very painful that in Kenya of today, someone can go out to be dishing fish instead of giving his constituents a fishing gear, point to them the lake, and let them go fish themselves. So the issue we have here is we have a common enemy. And my take is the power is with the people. We can rant, we can speak, we can put a lot of emphasis. And one thing that I picked from what Milton has said tonight is his call for anyone who has got a registered frequency and struggle to manage. Because to me, my point is communication. How do you communicate to that villager? The advantage that the current political class have is they have a podium, which I do not have access to. Having that podium gives them a lot of power. And how do you deprive them of such podium? You can only deprive them of such podium by having an alternative means of communication. Now, how do you reach to the heart of hearts of that commoner in the village? Because the movement was very strong in June. How did it get deflated? It got deflated when Raila came out and decided to take side with the oppressor. That's the fact. Because of his, I'm not blaming this on him, but because of his followership of goons, now the others who had wanted to continue with the protest, to continue with the mandamano, feared being attacked by the very goons, the very colleagues that they were going to the protests with. So my take is we need to reach to the heart, the deepest heart of the commoner. Let the commoner understand that this country is headed in the wrong direction. When Anthony says that we come out tomorrow, this case against Adani, these are some of the things that, if well communicated, will make my mother in the village ask herself, how comes the president is losing on almost all fronts? It means something is amiss. But if we let it be, because if you see what's going on here, is that initially there was a speaker who talked of the member of parliament Salasia and Babu, a few member of parliaments who supposedly are doing well in their constituencies. And then I think Hillary put forth a question that what is the difference? Why does it appear as though some members of parliament receive more than others? It goes without doubt that yes, there are pockets of persons in position of leadership politically that are doing well. But then given that we have a common enemy, we have to keep our focus on the ball so that we don't miss shoot. Because politically speaking, we have various political parties. Kalonzo is angling for the position. There are other persons that will come up angling for the same position. But at what moment will we sit back? Because this administration has only 1 year to go. Once we are done with the December 2025 and we're into January 2026, it will be all politics. It will be all systems loose. So for with this 1 year, what is it that we can do that will empower that gentleman in Kondele, that will empower that lady in Mvita, that will empower that woman in Shinyalo, to know that when I walk into a polling station, I'm going to give the keys of my life to an individual for 5 years, until and unless a recall process is done midway. So it is my submission, and I put emphasis on this almost every day, that the current political class has lost direction. And I think it has been a trend. There is a speaker who gave the chronology from the time of Kenyatta up to date. That is the same system, the same narrative that these people go into office with. They go into office knowing that the times of Kenyatta, it was done like this, and they managed. The times of Moi, it was done as such, and they managed. The times of Kibaki, the same way. Times of Uhuru, the same way. So if we do it the same way, we will still manage. But it is lost to them that the citizen of today is awoke, that the citizen of today is very much alert, save for those who depend on the handouts. And that's why our politicians, today I think I tweeted something asking the ODM party, because I believe we have to take them to task. To be in the opposition is not by choice. When Kenyans elect one party to be in the position of leadership of governance, the government of the day, then there is that other option of putting the government in check. So I asked the ODM party, what is your take on the bills that are currently before the House? There is the rice bill. There is the nuts and oils bill. There is the, what do you call it? The dengue bill was brought down. There was the agricultural professionals bill. There's the horticulture crops bill. What is your take on these bills? Because to my understanding, reading these bills through, hizi bills zinanyanyasa mwananchi wa kawaida. Now, secondly, we have this thing of Ruto saying that we are going to vaccinate livestock. What happened to our livestock? What is it that is so important that we have to vaccinate all the livestock in Kenya? And we just giving an individual business? It is in the same concept that Adani deal came up. People are just looking for business. So my take is we need to empower the commoner with a tool to understand that walking into a polling station, I'm not going to joyride. I'm going to give someone the powers to make laws that will govern my life and the lives of my children for the next 5 years, or unless there's a recall process, or the person perishes in office. Yeah. So I humbly submit that we need to focus on two aspects. We need to focus on making the communication reach the people, civic education, and making people politically aware that the political decision that I make today as an individual will affect the entire populace. If you walk into a polling station, 1,000 people, and each one of us takes a different political stand, all the 1,000 of us will be affected by those political stands, whether I identify with you or not. It is for that reason that we must call for unity of purpose. If it is the case against Adani, let us show up. Let us show up. Let us avail ourselves. Let us express ourselves in all podium, in all media, in all means that we can. Because as Milton has said it, someone is always listening. Someone is always out there trying to pick up what the people are saying. And it goes without saying that everybody is tired of the current administration. I mean, you have a pay slip, but it is zero. You've got nothing. Today I was at the Juakali, I was discussing the Juakali guys. I was telling that you are the only lucky people now in this country because you can make your money and you take it home in cash. Yeah. Those of us in business, those of us in employment, we are hurting. Nobody is feeling well. Yesterday, Ken Mijungu hosted the debate on economy. And it was a common, it was a common say that the economy is not doing well. The economy is only doing well to those who are in the government, to those who steal. If you have the opportunity to steal, then you will be very fine. But not all of us were created thieves. Neither are all of us able to convert into thieves. A time has come that we must remember that any position that you hold, all of us occupy positions of leadership in the family, in the church, in a football team, in a netball team, wherever we are. That position that you hold it in trust. And it is on that basis that we need to start combing amongst ourselves and seeing what is the alternative. But before we get to knowing what is the alternative, because that also will cause division amongst us, let us focus on getting rid of the common enemy. Because he's been defeated and we are headed to the dark days. I don't want to imagine how things will be come January. Things will be bad. And the next year is going to be tough. We have to tighten the belt For those of us who have time to tie the belt, some of us have lost weight that there's not even no need to having a belt. But I mean, we need to identify that we have a common purpose, stick to the common purpose, forget about the diversion of acts of Akinamako Ure or all these person. Everybody's pursuing his or her own interest, but as a people, we must be able to identify this is the destiny that we want for our nation. This is the future we want for our country. And that is what we focus on. Because guys, these men and women in position are stealing. The stealing is just too much. And that's why earlier I said, God would forgive them if they stole and pumped that money back into the economy. Yeah, put up industries that will give jobs. But here's a case that someone is stealing and stacking that money overseas and no money to circulate. If you go to the counties, the county, for example, the county of Kakamega, the county of Kisumu, I mean, they have not paid services for the last 4 months. Every time they get money, they tell you this is for recurrent expenditure. Every time they get money, this is for recurrent expenditure. But then the argument is, if you receive, for example, 700 million, and for example, your recurrent expenditure is 500 million, 100 million floated into the market, people, the local mamamboga, the local boda boda guy will feel it. Because once you pay even 20 people only, the boda boda guy will have a feel of that money. But here's a scenario that we are told that there is only 100 million balance, but then within 2 weeks, the 100 million balance is gone. Why? The guys have squandered it. So we are in a society that we need to sieve through the systems that we have. We need to comb through the structures that we have, because there's a lot of duplication in government. There's a lot of wastage in government. Take, for example, if this government was serious, then they will say, because for a deputy president to fly from Nairobi to Siaya to attend a church function, he doesn't use his money. For the president to fly from Nairobi to Kakamega to attend a church function, he doesn't use his money. He uses public money. And if they are talking of we are economically not doing well, then we need to save the little that we have. Yeah. So I don't want to say too much, but I believe that my focus should be on the commoner. Let us train our guns on the vote. Let our mothers, our sisters, and brothers be aware. We have to convince the hearts of these people that yes, at Kondele you can sing ODM, baba, 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 baba. Fine, no problem. But when it comes to that moment of casting your vote, know that you are giving your life. Know that you are giving the life of your son, the life of your daughter, of your mother, of your wife. You are giving your future, 5 years, at the hands of someone. If you give that to someone who does not value your life, who does not appreciate the gesture that you give him by voting for him, then better keep off. I submit.
Thank you, Linus, for that powerful submission. I see there are a few hands that are up. Wanjiro Redemptor, if you want to chime in, you can go ahead. And then we'll give Brian Runingi. Redemptor, go ahead.
Hi.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Wanjiro?
No, Redemptor, you can go ahead first.
Yeah, and Wanjiro, before there's something you said that was very important about data, and I just wanted to just make an announcement to the citizens that in the last 6 months, they've gathered information from the elders again, and this time they're not giving them the stipend of 4,000. They're giving them 2,000. So I think that was data mining. That is for the intention of voting. So it's just good to be aware. Yes, we are skeptical all the time for a reason. Now, it is unfortunate Anthony has made a submission and left. I want to throw a spanner in the works for him. Milton, I had your very powerful submission, and yes, the reason we still assemble here is because we believe there's a revolution in progress. It lost momentum. I want to believe the pain, the taxes are back. It will pick momentum, and probably we will have a day greater than 25. Milton seems to be losing his connection, but I wanted to ask a question because Anthony has left. What's between Makaure? Sorry, I have to name names because they mention names. What is the difference between Makauri joining ODM and Anthony joining Wiper. And the reason I'm bringing this is it feels like we are in a corner, we've been backed in a corner, and we are now being told, let's pick the lesser evil again. What we have been told is we are so desperate for a revolution, and not that I'm opposed to the Adani case taking place, but can this Adani case be done out of the goodness of the heart of our leaders wanting to save our country? Or are they going to come back and tell us, okay, if it was not for me, we would not have gone to court, and so here I am, I'm presenting myself as a leader. I have to ask that question because I am loyal to my young people, because I had children in the streets of Nairobi. They came to the streets and they said, we are tired of your BS. Sorry, I'm going to use the language they were using. We are tired of your BS, and so we choose to be leaderless, tribeless, partyless, and we are now the opposition. Now we are back to right why our young people died. So someone comes to a space and says, we are going to the streets again, we are going to do this, we are with, because we had no option, because we are very broke. The only person with money is Kalonzo, and so he's going to provide for us media. Are we listening to ourselves? We are backed in a corner, the same way young people were backed in the corner and they could not afford a meal. They didn't have jobs. And then they said, we are going to fix this. You, the older generation, you had your opportunity. What did you do? You aligned yourself with your tribesmen, and the country is now burning. We can't even move. So it's just a caution that yes, we are in spaces to mobilize and organize, but we really do need to know the backstories of some of these conversations. I believe this revolution is going to be renamed. And if you people will give me an opportunity to be part of the people who rename this revolution, it will be called Maskini Jeuri. We are not poor because we are lazy. We are not poor because it's not for lack of trying. The odds are stacked up against us, and the people of Kenya of all ages cannot make a living. And so we are all poor by default. So that now we come every election cycle and say the lesser evil. Let's compromise. You know, they are offering themselves. They have said they will bring their media vehicles. They are going to cover. And what will they get in return? Bonga points. I'm the one who went to court. Because this case was already there with LSK. Why didn't we support LSK? And take this conversation with LSK and say, this is a body, we trust this body right now. They were there saving our young people when they were being arrested. Sorry, you know, when you come and say you're going to give an unpopular submission and then you leave, then I'm left to talk to everybody else who thinks that we are not taking notes. We've been taking notes from June that we wanted leaderless, tribeless, partyless. Anybody who goes and aligns and becomes partyful, becomes leaderful, becomes now the opposition, is leaving behind the young people who paid the ultimate price to liberate this country. It is also unpopular for me to say we are not there yet. And then people will say, no, how will we get to 2027 without a leader? And I will take back to history and tell you in 2002, when we were sick and tired of being sick and tired, those men who are now compromising and playing games with us, they locked themselves in a conference room in Serena. They came out and they told us Kibaki Tosha. So I do believe there's an opportunity for that Tosha moment to happen. But until it does, I know, Fabish, you want to keep the momentum and the fire going, and let's go. And I am suggesting and recommending everybody to mobilize at their own level. But when it comes and we are talking about pathing a path to accountable governance, let's just have a sober conversation and say, how did we get here? We got here because these people, they have learned how we think, they have mastered how to play with us. And right now, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. So if they are the ones who are going to lend us to create awareness of Adani deal, they will demand, we will become a slave. Yet we are struggling to be free. Tomorrow is a big day. I've never come to any of these spaces and told people not to organize, not to mobilize, but I'm just here to have that the two tools that I use are oppression and shaping of narratives. The narratives are being now shaped again, and we are being told we have no choice. We have to follow these old people again because they have systems and structures they already have. So what are you telling that young man who has never voted? That your vote will not count unless it comes with the big wigs. You know, the same way we talk about big wigs in conversation, now we have the issue of big wigs in terms of the existing political parties and political leaders. That is my unpopular submission. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Redemptor, I like your submission actually. Yeah, it's true. We need a different types of leadership. It's underscored by the repeated shortcoming of the cycle of the leaders whose long tenure has failed to deliver a lasting progress. Leaders such as Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, William Ruto, Raila have been in the mainstay in the Kenya political landscape for decades. Yet their leadership has been often marked by focus on political survival rather than transformative governance. They have not enacted any tangible, sustainable reforms that address the core issues affecting Kenya. Mudavadi has been there since 1990, he took over from his dad. His legacy remains the same. They only come with this, he's a calm person with a good demeanor. Kalonzo similarly has served in multiple influential roles, yet he remains associated with political maneuvering rather than groundbreaking policy achievement. William Ruto, the same, is holding the presidency, has faced criticism for policies than reducing the cost of living and fostering inclusive government. He has been on a political survival. Raila, once seen as a symbol of reform, has disappointed those who looked for him in genuine transformation with alliances that have increasingly aligned with the status quo he once opposed. So I think you're right. What are we expecting in return when we say that we are still recycling these people back to we support them in one way or the other? What is the leverage they want and resources to maintain? They are given resources to maintain control over our movement and alliances. Even some providing strategic funding to bolster, I think, their position within the political cycle. Like Kalonzo and others have historically leveled their influence to find or support movements that align with their interests, ensuring they remain central to the power dynamic. So I think this is all maintaining the status quo. Thank you for that perspective of spinning the narrative. Over to you, Wanjiro. I think we have a couple of Brian, Fabrice Ruingu in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdi, and thank you, Redemptor, for that powerful submission. I think you're right in every sense that we are kind of being socialized to think that if things don't go through certain people, then they're not going to be as effective or they will not happen. I'll go back to the Constitution of Kenya that says that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. And what that means is that everybody in Kenya has equal power that they donate to those who then go and become leaders and representatives. So in terms of thinking about Kenya as a country, so if Kenya had a big title deed, every citizen's name is imprinted on that title deed. We have an equal share of what this country Kenya is. But obviously, when it comes to power, we find that when we then donate this power, some people take this and then use it for generations and generations to, uh, you know, prompt themselves as the most powerful people, as the people who can speak on our behalf all the time. And we can see people like Kalonzo Musyoka and Mudavadi and, all these other people, the Raila Odinga, they're holding power that actually they shouldn't be, uh, projecting themselves as leaders of the people because um, we all have we all have the right to donate our power to them, but they have, uh, crafted this way of brainwashing people that they are the leaders, they're the country leaders. Everybody has to look up to them, and you know, even in the next dispensation, we have to be thinking, oh, we have Mother Karua, or we have, Mudavadi. We have, so these are the names that always come up. And therefore, young people who are now ripe for leadership feel that, the top up there is, polluted. It needs to be cleared. But then because these people have power, they have accumulated money, they have a way of, just pushing people around and maintaining that position. Um, my question is today, and I'm really about this tax thing. It's really been in my head. And I'm thinking, when we say sovereign power belongs to the people, does my power also include my taxes? Because the money I give to government, I think is a way of empowering that government. So if I pay taxes, I'm empowering this government to be able to run. And I think the problem we have in Kenya today is that the government has a way of operating, and the way they're operating with the money they're collecting and the loans they're borrowing, if that aspect of government was threatened, then government is going to panic. And you remember on June 25th, when people came out because of finance bill, and Ruto panicked because he saw a situation whereby the government wouldn't be able to collect enough money to run. And that's why he quickly came out and he said, he listened and he said, I'm going to fire this, and he fired this CSS, in quotes. And he did all these things because he felt threatened, because government cannot run without money. And as we keep paying our taxes, even if we keep making noises and we keep going on the street, and as they get the money, as they're getting their money, they're getting paid, they're getting they're able to steal and able to enrich themselves, they don't really care. I don't think they care. But the day they'll feel threatened is the day they'll see that they cannot collect enough taxes. It's, for example, today, people decide that they're not going to pay taxes, for example, and they do it in a legal way. And people find ways, like I think in Ethiopia, where there was a parallel economy running. That is the day that the government is going to start listening. Everything else, as long as they're able to manage and run and do all these things they're doing, and pay themselves big salaries and all this, and steal all this money, they're okay, they're comfortable. The day they will feel threatened is the day they will feel like money is not going to come in. The citizens have decided you're not offering, healthcare, you're not, providing adequate education, and therefore, why should we be paying our taxes? We're going to withhold our taxes until you sort this mess, and then we can pay the taxes, and then things can get moving. The day people will get up and say those things, that's the day the government will start listening. That's my submission for now.
Thank you, Redemptor. I think Anthony is back. Redemptor had a question. We'll cycle back to you on what is the take for Kalonzo being in this cycle. We'll get back to you. Let me bring in Brian, Seseko, Fabiaski. They are raising their hand 1 minute each, and then we cycle back to Andrew, Anthony, and Dr. Milton. Thank you. Ruingi, go ahead, and in that order, Brian, Fabiuski, Ruingi, and Siseko, in that order. 1 minute each. Thank you.
Okay, I'll first, in my presentation, I would like to ask Wanjiru if she's aware of the proposal by Okiya Mtata and incidentally, Samuel proposal on to citizens not paying taxes. Might you have seen that?
Yeah, I saw that, but there's no structure on how to do that. These things have to be done in a structured way.
Not really. My point here, what I'm trying to say is this. I feel like there's this purist approach, which, and some people can call it ageism, which, we say that, what, we need to build a new Kenya, we get new people, and then now we start working and building, as we move. I have tried to pick examples, even from Kenya, of where something akin to that happened. There's a description which has been given about, 2002, and how people said Kibaki Tosha. But people don't understand. Kibaki had run to become president 2 times. The first time in 92 and then in 97, where they split the vote, and Moi, after the repeal of the Section 2A, stayed in power for those 10 years. Of course, in 2002 he lost. My point is this: all of us here, I think, understand who the common enemy is. Where I think this common enemy is likely to succeed is because of I don't know how to put it. Either it's us relucting not to organize and select whoever it is or whatever structure it will be and push them forward. Because voters rarely vote for something. Yes, we can say, no, we want a new Kenya for people to vote for something. I'm trying to be pragmatic here. In America, many focus groups, especially Republican focus groups, any of you who has time can go and check. They usually publish. They say they don't like Donald Trump. However, they are going to vote for him because he felt what they felt. William Ruto was among the most corrupt persons in Kenya. I mean, we can go all. I'm not here to say that we come, we get somebody who's a messiah to come and help us and etc. I don't believe in personalities. Structures are more superior. Whatever it is that is happening, and whatever it is that can improve the Kenyan. Most Kenyans, if you go and talk to them, they don't. Yes, we are here. We are maybe educated, and some of us are more sophisticated. Clearly, that is not how your average voter thinks. We went. There's this guy Boniface Mwangi in his campaign, and I'm among the few people who volunteered. What I saw, I think it's well documented. There's a movie, it's called Softy. My point here is, can people be practical? And can we understand who we are dealing with? William Ruto is not bounded by the rules that, that we are bounded with. He doesn't care. And if the point is to get this regime out of power, it means that we need to, what can I say, in a sense, start preparing and sometimes working backwards. Because it's very difficult to brand an idea or to brand a personality. I don't know how it could be a political party or etc. Across the 47,000 or is it 46,000 polling centers. It is very difficult. I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done. It requires the kind of facilitation and sometimes financing that I think Kenyans are not ready for. Yes, people are feeling the pain. Yes, they need somebody, and which is unfortunate because I think institutions are more superior than personalities. But now, because our politics is organized in that way, moving this politics from it being tribal to it being, idea-based, that's a good thing. But at the same time, what is the reality? So, yes, I know it's going to sound very unpopular, but I think we need everybody. The 2002 moment, we can call some of these personalities. Wamalwa had a lot of problems with Raila Amolo Odinga. Same did Kalonzo and the Saitotis. But they decided, you know what? We don't trust each other, but we have an idea. And the idea is to get this KANU, whatever, that has been rolling since we got independence. We get it out, we come up, we come up with a new outfit. Because I feel like change is not something that comes overnight. It's a build-up. I'm not saying Kenya is doing well. Of course, it's not doing well, but comparatively, we are making steps. Right now, the voter understands that if I elect an MP who is willing to sell me for the right price, they're going to vote in a finance bill that is going to hurt me. It has taken so long for the voter to understand that we actually have finance bills every year. Some of these things take time. Yes, we would want them to be as faster, We would want them to, that kind of knowledge, would want it to be disseminated much more faster than it is. But the reality is that democracies take time. So my submission is, moving forward, I feel like, and if I can also borrow back, the Democrats in America lost it because they were idealistic and they discounted what the people were telling them. Right now, the people are saying that they are in pain. The people are not saying that we want Jesus or this Messiah guy. That some of us are looking for. They are in pain. Shift is not working. The education is not working. The doctors are going to strike next week. The lecturers are striking. They need all these things. People like Milton can organize them in a very dramatic and graphical way and present them. But how is he supposed to present them in a way that will bring impact? Yeah, so I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you for your submission. Ruingi, you want to
Abdi.
say something? Yeah.
Okay, it's me next. Okay, thank you. I want to agree with most of the speakers, but I will begin by some point of order before my submission. I know you gave me a minute. I'll try. One thing Redemptor said about the movement needing a name, and she suggested something like Mkenya Nini? Mkenya
Maskini Jeuri.
Maskini Jeuri. But anyway, the movement already has a name. You asked Fabish, he will tell you that we are in the process of actually registering the June 25th movement, and which we hope at the opportune moment to transition to the Kenya People's Revolutionary Movement. Number two, Raila. I want to go to Raila and Ruto and what they're planning. We have information, I think some of you have seen it, that Raila is losing AUC. Just yesterday or the day before, Ruto went to Addis Ababa, did not find any president. There were only ministers of foreign ministers, and he left Raila to his own devices. So currently, Raila has floated. I don't know if it is in public domain or people have seen it. There is a proposal for an additional 7 members to be appointed from ODM when Raila comes back from Addis. Immediately he fails because he's not getting AUC. This I can say categorically. Therefore, the government will be divided between Ruto and Raila. So what's going to happen is that all people who had been nominated by Gachagua are going to be kicked out of government. You can take that to bank. Now, it is good that these have gone together. Raila, Ruto, and the company, they are the scum of the earth in Kenyan politics. They are in there for the money. They have never been interested with leading Kenya. Raila always wants to lose so that he can ask for money and have no responsibility. I will leave that at that. I know it will be challenged, but that is my own thinking and my own experience. Number two, the Adani case. Somebody asked here, and I think Anthony will answer, why, I think it was Redemptor again saying that, why were they not there before in the earlier cases? Anybody who is working for the interest of movement is a positive. We cannot question Gashoka and Anthony for filing the case. That is what is giving us now a motivation on what to target for 11/11. So me, I'm in support of what Gashoka and Anthony are doing. Number three, I want to go to the issue of the movement. I have mentioned that. Now, solutions now. We need commissions of inquiry that we were promised. Nikiweka Biblia chini, nitafanya state capture report. Short of that, we should declare the movement the People's Popular Revolution to be on. On 11/11, we are giving 11 days notice. By the 22nd, if such commission have not been formed, IEBC back in office, and many other irreducible minimums, 11 to 13 irreducible movements, which we are going to issue tomorrow at the Milimani Court when we get a chance. Number 3, now solution. Number 5, the commissions that we need Kenya to implement to solve the Kenyan problem is first, historical injustices, beginning with Mau Mau that were short-charged by Kenyatta and they did not get their land. There's the Wako Commission, Dungu Land Report, tribal clashes reports, 3 of them, 92, 97, 207. We have never come to terms with them. State capture report, we were promised, I mentioned it. Stolen election, 207, 2017, 2022. We need a commission of inquiry so that we do not repeat 92, 97. Somebody mentioned here that Moi was able to squeeze, by the division of the opposition, he was able to squeeze 2 fresh terms, 92 and 97. And to correct somebody, Moi never lost. Moi did not run. Moi did not run in 2002. He fronted Uhuru. So Moi never lost an election. Take that to the bank, it is the truth. Goldenberg Commission, Anglo-Leasing, Truth and Justice Reconciliation Commission, all those reports need to be implemented and Kenya will heal. And finally, because of shortage of time, there's something here I want to read for you. Why some people in these spaces are asking, why are we talking, only talking? But if we do not talk now, when Aoko has been abducted, if we do not talk when the other gentleman who stayed for 31 days with a single meal a day and a lot of mistreatment, if we don't talk for them, then there'll be nobody to talk for us when they come for us. So I need you a little submission here that was done by, I can't find it, but anyway.
Can you put it on the chat, Ruingi? Meanwhile, we'll get back to you.
I've not been able to type it, but it's gone like
we'll
this.
Get back to you. We'll get back to you.
No, let me just mention briefly, please. First, this was written by Martin Niemla. He lived 1892 to 1984, over 100 and something years. First, they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I'm not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I didn't speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one to speak, left to speak for me. That is the fate we will meet if we don't speak for the Aokos, for the people who are supporting the Adani case. We have to have collective responsibility. And the movement is on. 11/11, the movement is being launched, and that is what we're going to do it. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Fabius, before I give you an opportunity, I will leave Redemptor to pose a question for Anthony, and then Dr. Milton, you can chime in anytime, and then we get back to Fabius and Jeffy after that. Redemptor, please pose your questions as Anthony reflects on that. We will bring Fabius and Jeffrey for a minute. Thank you.
Asante sana. Anthony, today you behaved like a politician. You came and said, I'm in a hurry, I'm going for another meeting. So thank you for coming back, because it's good to speak to somebody who is in the room. And I asked a question because Dr. Milton had posed a question of just mentioned in passing, and he did a good job of the highlights of the week and the things that are upsetting him. And they're upsetting us enough to want change tomorrow. And he mentioned that Makauri had joined the ODM, just an observation. And so I asked, what is the difference between Makauri and Anthony, who has a good track record of being a revolutionary since June, but all of a sudden has aligned, and you've come and said it's an unpopular submission, that sometimes you have to even pick your enemy. And my question was, when the young people went to the streets, they knew that we would do this. They knew we would go back to our ethnic formations, we'll go back to our political, and so they were leaderless, they were partyless, they were tribeless, and the rest. But now we are back to saying, if Kambas unite with Kikuyus, then we push for Kalonzo, this is going to happen. And to shortchanging people who pay the ultimate price to get out of this. Sorry, I've overstayed. And my last question is, the borrower becomes a slave to the lender. The problem, one of the problems of the revolution is funding. So if now we are going to have these people as the only people with money, Aren't you also going to now compromise and pick the lesser evil once again?
Thank you, Wanjiro, for Redemptor for posing the question. I'll, as Anthony reflects and gets back to us, I'll give Fabius 1 minute and Jeffy 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First, I think even I have a response for Redemptor, and I want to tell him that about 1111, it does not have anything to do with Kalonzo Musyoka or any politician. We spoke this as Kenyans in different spaces for a very long time, and we are mobilizing by ourselves. Our mobilization does not have any connection to do with Kalonzo Musyoka. And as Rurigi Wanjeya has put, we have a raft of issues that we are going to present tomorrow, including the 11 irreducible minimums that we would want the government to do within 11 days. So this 1111, it is still part of the movement action plan, whether there was Adani or no, but we later decide that the Milimani Court, since there is a Adani case, is going to play a very center stage for us to be able to present those our issues, because definitely Milimani Court is going to receive a highlight based on the events that will be happening. But of course, even as we put that, even 1111 is not only about Milimani. Some people are going to occupy different government offices at Mashinani and even to Safaricom offices, because we want to tell them that we are not happy. We are disgruntled on what they are doing to Kenyans. They are aiding the killings and abductions. So it is not about Kalonzo Musyoka, and there is no one that is going to take credit on anyone. This is a movement of people of Kenya, of Gen Zote movement, ambao wanakuja. We are starting 1111. Revolution is about building momentum. So we said 1111 will be the beginning of that momentum. And as going forward, we are going, of course, to imply a different mechanism. And we need those collective voices, like Wanjiro, when she talked about civil disobedience and not paying taxes to the government. That is one of the mechanisms that you already discussed. Because, and I just want to tell you that as you are saying that Okiom Tata has tabled it, but there is no structure. There is no structure for disobedience, Wanjiro, that's what I want to tell you. There is no structure. What happened is the structure that we gave our mandate to this regime, and they failed to do it. So when we are going for that disobedience, there is no structure. Structure is only to disobey and have those civil disobedience among other mechanisms that you are going to put pressure, because we have discussed many things and we say there is no loyalty anymore. There is no loyalty to your oppressor. You cannot play loyal to someone who is ready to kill you, who is ready to, make sure that you are extinct. He killed you by denying you medical. He killed you by denying you food. He killed you physically with a gun and the bullet that you buy. So we say that it has to be radical movement. And yes, Redemptor, you are asking about the name. Yes, we are now going to be radical. And of course, we need those collective voices as you are going, but you have to be radical. The name, like Rurigi has suggested, we had suggested earlier about June 26 movement. And yes, we are going also maybe later to become, the popular movement, patriotic front, because this regime cannot be won in a constitutional contest, because they don't believe in that constitution. And of course, we have that chapter 1, that power belongs to the people. And now there is no any other way to take. When the power belongs to the people, you cannot emphasize more than that. We just need to go and take and grab that power back, and then now we can decide. Yes, and for like how you ask Anthony, or maybe also I like to just 30 seconds to add on that, is that all of us, we are Kenyans, and anyone that is against the regime, we cannot say that we just go and be sidelining everybody. But of course, we are not playing now the politics of personalities. Anyone that is joining the movement is joining the movement to be part of the movement, but not to lead the movement. So that should be understood. Anyone that is against the regime, he can join the movement to give effort to the movement, but not to be on the forefront, because even those people, they are Kenyans. In as much as you want to condemn them, but as long as they are disgruntled about the regime, they can join the movement, but not to lead the movement. After we remove the regime, then now we can decide who are the people to be the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We got your submission. I think your
Abdi, I would want
trajectory.
to say something.
Yeah, can you please mute your mic? I think your trajectory seems like an inject party sort of, but I will get back to you on that. That means your the direction you are taking with the movement is also like forming a people front movement or something. But anyway, having said that, Dr. Milton, do you want to chime in, or I give a few speakers the mic and then you can go?
You can give like two people. I get out of where I am briefly, then I can be able to respond to a few issues I've had come up. So maybe after two speakers.
Uh, Jeffy and E-Town, do you want to take the mic for 1 minute and then we go to Anthony?
Yes, hi. I'm not sure of whether or not I am audible. Am I?
Loud, clear.
Thank you. I want to kind of second what Fabish is saying. And when we talk about 11/11, come on, we are on the 10th of November today. So we are talking about tomorrow. And my question would be, how many of us are ready for that tomorrow? It's just a few, hours away, So, and for me, the idea of us presenting ourselves there in person, in our numbers, would be a way to tell the government, of course, when we talk about the government, we're talking about the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive, because they have treated public participation as a knot. They said an act of parliament cannot be annulled by public participation because public participation, as is in the constitution currently as constituted, doesn't have a legal framework. And I'm simply saying, echoing back to Fabish, our numbers would mean something. So when you talk about 11/11, let's go there. Let it count. Hatuwezi kuwa tunatuma ma email hapa na hazifanyi kazi yote. So for me, I think place yenye tumefika, we didn't choose to be here. That's number one. But we are all Kenyans. We have right to this country. We can't leave it and relegate it to simply a few dogs to run this country on behalf of the 54 millions of us whose voices cannot count. So my parting shot would be tupatane kesho Milimani High Courts. The case is supposed to start at around 11. Let's be there at 9. I will be there. I've marshaled my count and camp around myself. I wish everybody could do that. We are not going for violence. That's not how it is supposed to happen. But let's go there. Let's represent the people of Kenya. Otherwise, if we lose this Adani case tomorrow, men will find ourselves in a shithole from which I don't know if we could get out of. That's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you, Abdi. Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Redemptor, for the wonderful question you've asked me. Now, the fight we are fighting today is not a fight for any particular age demographic. It's not a fight for any particular grouping. It's a fight for the soul of this nation. And we cannot afford as a people to say that the people who began the fight are the only ones who shall finish the fight. One of the questions that came to the fore as the movement was going forward was, is it the time to rename it from Gen Z to Gen Zote? Because at some point, I think even the young people of this country, and we give them their roses, we give them their accolades. because they started and they showed people that it can be done. But going forward, they realized that we need other people. We need voices and reasoning that is beyond our age. And that's the reason I have never been afraid to say that. Yes, I do talk to Kalonzo Musyoka. I do talk to Ndegwa Njiro. I do talk to Senior Council Kibe Muigai. Am I a member of WIPA? No. But Kalonzo and I are fighting the same fight. So on that ground alone, I put Kalonzo and me on one side. And I'll come back and tell you guys one thing. When the deputy president's case started, Kibe Muigai and Ndegwa Njiro were representing the deputy president. On the same day, we had a judge seated in court waiting to hear our case. We called Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa that day, and they appeared in court the same day. What if I was of the opinion that I cannot work with them? Today, as we speak, the Adani case, our case with Gashoka would have been suspended. The question of whether our case and the LSK case are the same, they are not the same. But on most issues, there are similarities. And that is why we requested the Chief Justice to empanel a 3-bench judge to hear our cases. But tomorrow we are also making another request. LSK is saying, can we be joined to the Tony Gashoka case? And how does this help? It means the legal team that we have, which is Ndegwa Njiro, Kibe Muigai, now will get to work with the LSK lawyers and the KAA lawyers. Have we become a bigger team? Yes, we have. Have we enriched our legal team? Yes, we have. Because now all these legal giants will sit together to fight for JKIA. To everyone, to Redemptor and to everyone, June 25th happened. And we give the young people of this country all their accolades. I say this because I'm heading to 40 years myself. But going forward, we cannot stagnate on June 25th. This fight we are fighting is like a river. It is mutating and it is changing. If we do not, as the people fighting Ruto, also mutate and change and adapt and form alliances at the speed at which William Ruto is forming alliances, then we shall be telling William Ruto, who's not choosing who to work with. Today, ODM took Kasmuel Makaure. So them, they are not picky, but we want to say we shall be picky. From where I sit, I will work with Fabish. I will work with you, Redemptor. I will work with Kalonzo Musyoka. I will work with Eugene Wamalwa. I will work with Jeremiah Kioni. And I dare say, I will even work with the deputy president who was just impeached, Rigathi Gachagua. Why? Because he controls a constituency. Kalonzo controls a constituency. And we cannot be of the wishful thinking that we shall wake up in 1 year and undo what Kalonzo has built for 4 decades. We can only take it slowly from him because he's also holding on to it. But do we have a moment to work together as a people? Yes, we do. And as I land, I'll tell you this. Power can be captured through the revolution, as we say. But even if we are capturing it through the revolution, as people would want to say, we will still need alliances going forward. Because on that table of that revolutions, people will still come with different ideologies. So we might differ on ideologies on the way to Jerusalem. Some people will say, let us go to the east. Others will say, let us go to the west. But all those roads go to Jerusalem. So for now, you will forgive me, but I do not have the luxury to pick and choose who will fight Ruto. I only have the faith that all of us fighting Ruto are fighting for the same cause. And we are fighting so that people can go to hospitals and get treated. We are fighting for that woman who sells vegetables in your local soko, who sells vegetables on the road, who was blessed by God to have a child who scored an A and now has to go and do medicine. But because of the system that Ruto has come up with for universities, now that dream has to be deferred. I'm fighting for that woman. And in my fight for that woman, I will not pick my soldiers. Any soldier who will pick up his sword, his shield, and say we are marching forward, I will tell them, let us march forward together. Because the enemy we face is bigger than all of us. And once we get to our Damascus moment, then we shall sit down there and say, we have slayed the lion. We have slayed our enemy. Now, how do we take this country forward? People are saying we revert back to NHIF. Do we all agree we were fighting to revert back to NHIF? Yes, we do. So let us revert back to NHIF. We are all fighting so that every child who scores an A does not have to go and be banded in a banding system that even them who are the intellectuals don't understand. The government itself does not understand. We are fighting so that the funding model for students can go back to HELB. HELB did not have a problem. It only needed a little bit of tweaking. That is the fight I am fighting. I am fighting for a country whereby people will come and say, this JKIA was our heritage. It was built by our forefathers. It was taken over by Kenyatta. He grew it. Moi grew it. Uhuru Kenyatta grew it. It will not be you, William Ruto, to sell it. That is the fight I am fighting. But a fight amongst us, I'm not interested in that fight. We are all humans and we shall forever have differences of opinions. But in our differences of opinion, we must agree that our common enemy is greater than the small differences we have. Kalonzo did not make a mistake because he worked with Moi. Neither did Uhuru Kenyatta make a mistake because he was born by Kenyatta. Neither did Gachagua make a mistake because he worked with Ruto. Everyone has a God-given right to redeem themselves. If Kalonzo has seen he needs to redeem himself and fight for this country, I am with him. If you Redemptor feel you have seen your Damascus moment and you feel you are willing to fight for this country, I am with you. Because we've all voted for Kalonzo, for Raila, and for Ruto. At one time in our life, we've all voted for them. But now we all agree they do not represent our interests. Can we fight the common fight? And I'll finish by saying, there's a gentleman here who said, structures will always win. A fool with a plan will always beat a genius who does not have a plan. It is the high time we start working together and picking our fights. Right now, the fight is about JKIA. And if we manage to win that one fight, Kenyans will wake up and see that behind this shield called Ruto, it can be dented. Because this will be the one fight we win. He has a dent. So that he will think twice before returning the Finance Bill 2024. But we need to give Kenyans that glimmer of hope that Ruto is defeatable. There seems to be a thinking that Ruto cannot be defeated. He is defeatable. There seems to be a thinking Ruto does not fear. He has fear within him. And we shall overcome. We've structured a case and I've taken time to go through that document. And I can share it with everyone. You can add to it to make it a better case. That is how we shall win, by forming teams to work together. But if by the time this person, Karua, comes, and I've spoken to Mother Karua, I'll be very honest. If by the time Karua comes, we say, no, Karua, you used to work with Raila. If she's no longer working with Raila now, I don't have a problem with that. She's saying, I'm willing to work with you. If you're willing to work with me, Mother Karua, then let us move forward. But Anthony Moredi does not belong to Mother Karua. I do not belong to Eugene Wamalwa. I do not belong to Jeremiah Keoni. Neither do I belong to Kalonzo Musyoka. I am a Kenyan first before I'm in any of those political parties. Just because I talk to all of them does not mean I'm registered to them. I talk to them because they help me fight a fight I cannot fight alone. That is my submission to you. And if my crime is building a team, in my 39 years of age, if my singular crime is building a team to fight for an airport, then I'm guilty of that crime. With every count, it counts. But if in that moment of my naivety or my geniusness, whichever will go, I do manage to win, then I'll be very happy. But I urge all Kenyans right now to join me in that fight, to show up, because together we can. Divided we shall not win. That is the only way we shall win this fight. That's my submission. I hope I have answered you, Redemptor.
Thank you, Anthony. I'll give the mic to Redemptor for 1 minute to respond, and then there's Elinda, another lady, and then we cycle back to Anthony and Dr. Milton, Dr. Milton and Bonnie. Bonnie, welcome. Thank you.
I'm a hopeful cynic, and my hope is still with the young people. The drive, they're the ones who are surviving, who are fighting to survive. And there's someone who, I think Brian said, the people of America voted for Trump because he felt what they feel. I don't think any of the people Anthony is mentioning feel what I feel what my children feel what my nephews and nieces and my even mother feel about the suffering in this nation. So the cause that brought us together was pain, economic pain, and the people who have caused it are the same people now we are going back to and saying, let us now go back to the snake that bit us, like the story in the Bible. Thank you for the response. I appreciate it. Tupigania inchi. We might have different soldiers that we are aligning ourselves with, but the end result is to overcome the economic oppression. Asante.
Thank you, Redemptor. 1 minute, Elinda. Elida, can you hear me?
Am I on? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. 1 minute. Let's hear your submission. Elinda, are you there? Okay. I think we can hear Elinda. We go to Dr. Milton. Dr. Milton, do you want to?
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say, hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I was going to ask a question what Anthony was saying, that we can work with everybody. And my question was that, you know, we must know who your enemies are. I think that's very important, to know who your enemies are. And for a long time, most Kenyans, we really thought Raila was on our side. We thought he was our friend. And how did that end up during the Gen Z revolution? He is the very, very person who just came and took the ugali. When the ugali had been cooked, it was ready, it was on table, it was being served. He came and he didn't even leave crumbs for these young people. Actually, he just came and took the ugali and ate it alone, and people died for that during that revolution. So many young people died. So I'm just of the opinion that really we must know who our enemy are, and we must choose who to work with. People like Kalonzo, people like these old guards, I think it is just high time they leave, because I don't think they really have the best interest of the country at heart. And these are people who are really just billionaires. Someone cannot sit there and tell me that these people feel our pain. They don't. They really don't feel our pain. They don't really care. So I'm just of the opinion that we cannot go back. We can't be like a dog that chooses to go back to its vomit. We must strategize. We must really know who our enemies are, and we must look for really people to work with. That is just what I wanted to add.
Thank you. I actually agree with you that your statement, we have a shared pain and suffering that brought us together as people. It is a powerful bond from a collective hardship for the need for change. And those in power, I agree with you, lack empathy for this struggle. They are disconnected from the realities that ordinary Kenyan citizens face daily. This disconnection is why it is crucial to stay vigilant and ensure our voices remained unified and grounded in a common pursuit and equality and justice. The other part I agree with you is essential to know who your adversaries are before collaborating with them. I think, especially in the context of Kenyan politics, understanding the motives and the history of those you engage will help you avoid alliances that might compromise our principles or dilute our agenda. I think in Kenyan political landscape, alliances are often very fluid, and without a clear understanding of who truly stands for progress is a detractor cloaked in opportunism. Meaningful change is impossible. Only by identifying and scrutinizing the intentions of political players can ensure that coalitions are forged on a shared value of integrity and genuine commitment to the nation prosperity. That is my take on that, in my view. Having said that, let's bring Bonnie and then Dr. Milton. Thank you.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. So I think let me start off by saying that it's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree. We have a lot of people here, and we are all agitating for the same thing. But even as we disagree, I think it's important to remember what this movement is all about. This movement, in my view, is all about trying to bring a cultural change in our politics and our governments, changing the culture, meaning a total makeover. This movement should not allow itself to be reduced to a movement that's going to settle for 10% change, 15% change, 20% change. That does not work. Kenyans went to the streets to demand a government that listens to them, a government that does not beat out violence to them, a government that acts in ways that reflects the values of the vast majority of us, a system where 2 or 3% of the population does not eat virtually all resources within our country, leaving everyone else um, vulnerable to economic shocks, leaving everyone else wondering how they're gonna afford a living. We cannot allow ourselves to be co-opted by a few people that have been part of the group of Kenyans that have really led us to this point, in my view. So when I say that it's fine to have contrapositions, what I mean is that the idea that we are going to settle for 15% change, 20% change, and say, you know what, we are going to work with everybody. I think that's wasting everyone's time. And I say that with a lot of respect towards those people that hold that view. I want you to ask yourself how we got to where we are. Our country's in a mess economically, right? Um, we're here because politicians, and I can name them, I pick the president, I take Raila, I take Alonso, all these people have contributed to where we are. They led us to where we are, okay? So I want you to ask yourself, which of these people, these politicians that we are now thinking about working with, and which of these political parties can speak credibly about the issues that Kenyans are talking about? Economic pain, corruption, incompetence. Which of these people can speak credibly about this? Which political, which guy can tell you that I'm going to run in 2027 and I'm going to end corruption in this country? Which guy can say that and you believe it? The answer is none. If there's one, I want to hear that. I want anybody to tell me which man or woman in our political system can credibly make that assertion and we believe him. Very few of them. Maybe Mother Karua. The others, I don't believe them. I don't believe Kalonzo. I don't believe Raila. I don't believe Eugene Omal. I don't believe any of these people because they've had the opportunity, and when they got that opportunity, they quickly forget about the vast majority of Kenyans. And so, to me, to say Danganyane, I think we have to understand why we are doing this. Why are we doing this? We need a total makeover of our politics and government. We cannot settle for 10% change, 15% change. We can't do that. This moment is a rare moment in our country. We cannot abuse it, and we should not allow ourselves to lose this opportunity. So I think that from where I stand, it's we either say, you know what, we are going to forge ahead with people that we can trust, people that have not taken advantage of Kenyans and the opportunity, their positions in power. We want people that can speak credibly about these matters. It's either we do that or we don't. or we go home. Go big or go home, in my view. Go big or go home. The issues that are the Kenyans are talking about today are things that are totally alien to any of these people. They do not understand the pain, the suffering that Kenyans are going through. And these politicians are very quick to cut deals and forget Kenyans. You saw someone like Raila Odinga who's invested, the vast, majority of his years on this earth, telling us that he's fighting for the average Kenyan. And then as soon as he gets a call from State House, goes there one afternoon, cuts a deal, and all of a sudden, 5 of his closest friends end up in government. And all of a sudden, the issues that he's been talking about don't exist anymore. All those issues, everything is good now. So we're gonna do that now and work with regarding with the man who stole. Whether or not you believe in the impeachment or the merits of the impeachment, this is a corrupt man. It's a corrupt man. Why would you allow yourself to get in bed with people like this? We should not do that. We should not do that. We need to remember why we're in this moment. Why are we? What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? If you're gonna try to bring a cultural change, you cannot shoot for 20% change or 15% change because that does not work. These established politicians are very good at telling you that you cannot get where you're trying to go, without walking through me, right? Without going through us. That's the whole ballgame, right? They're gonna try to frustrate you and get you to settle for 15%, 20% chance and tell you you cannot get to your destination without going through us. That's BS. We should not fall for that. We should not fall for that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Before I bring Anthony and Brian, Dr. Milton, are you still on the road, or I go ahead, bring these other two?
I'm loving what I'm hearing. Maybe let Anthony and the two can speak, and then I can come in. There is something I'm winding up in about 5 minutes.
Thank you, thank you. So Anthony and then Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Abdi. Now, I agree with everything everyone is saying. And I know most people might have a difference of opinion about how we chose to go about this. But one of the reasons the key petitioner in this case is Tony Gashoka is because we did not want Kalonzo Musyoka, Wiper, or Jubilee to be the key petitioner. We wanted this to be a process not led by them, but led by us. When what happened when Ndegwa and Senior Counsel Kibe Muigai opted to forego our court case and go and represent the deputy president, that's the day we hired a new lawyer called Adoli and Co Advocates, because we felt we still needed to have the leverage to take this case in the direction we felt. And we still wanted this process to be fully owned by the people and not a political party. Political parties did ask to be enjoined in the case, and we said, yes, you can. And I'll show you where this comes in. The day Kibe Muigai and Ndegwa Njiro chose to go to the deputy president's case, and we had a sitting judge seated in court waiting to hear our matter, and we not have a legal team, that's the day it hit us that teamwork works. If we had said that we shall not enjoin the three political parties there, Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamala would not have represented us. But on the day they represented us, and they got this new, the case adjourned to now tomorrow, that's the same day we went looking for a lawyer who we wanted not to be so much aligned with a political party. And that's how we ended up with Adoli and Co Advocates. I know, and I agree with what Bonnie is saying, but we are not in bed with political parties, no. I, Anthony Murithi, and Tony Gashoka are fighting for JKIA. There's no, that's our primary fight. And if in that fight, we form alliances, Kenyans come together. I'll give you guys a very simple narrative. We were fundraising to pay our lawyer. We did not even get to 20,000. We did not even get to 20,000. So Kenyans, as we come forward to fight for this republic, as Asboni has said, we need to put our mouth, our thoughts, and our actions together. Because if we do not do that, these corrupt politicians, they will show up tomorrow. And they will slowly but surely take over. Because if we did not have the will and the vigor to fight, Tony Gashoka and myself and the Kenyans who have contributed to us, and I thank them a lot. Now, this JKIA deal would be an Azimio fight. As much as Kalonzo tried to tell us, let us be the leaders in this case, we said no. You are only parties to us. You are only parties, and you come in as parties, nothing more. So, my dear Kenyans, let us put our words, our actions, and everything we've got to fight for this country. Because if we do not do that, that vacuum of a fight will be filled by these politicians who show up, by these politicians who come with their big wallets. So let us fight together. I know what I'm doing. You know, I'm not hearing people say, as we talk about Kalonzo being as one of the parties, Ngatia, Senior Counsel Ngatia, is one of the parties. He's a lawyer representing us, but no one is mentioning him. Kiba Muigai is representing us, but no one is mentioning him. We are representing the entire panel of Mount Kenya jurists there, but no one is mentioning them. We are only concentrating on three individuals, Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Jeremiah Kioni. They are the minute in that case. There are just other Kenyans there, but who happen to hold political parties. Jeremiah Kioni with his Jubilee party does not even have a member of parliament. He has a political party. All his members of parliament, I think, are only 2, if my count is right. So is that someone who I should be worried about? No. To me, Jeremiah Kioni is a Kenyan who owns a political party. Eugene Wamalwa only has 1 governor and 5 members of parliament. So to me, Eugene Wamalwa is another Kenyan who happens to own a political party. The only person there I would take as a politician is Kalonzo Musyoka, because he comes with an entire wiper and all of companies on MPs. But he is just a Kenyan to me. And that's the reason I have never been excited. You'll never see me as I'm here with Kalonzo Musyoka sharing pictures. That excitement has never come to me, and it will never come to me. But what am I excited about is that we structured a case that kept Adani at bay. A Kenyan from the US, her name is, I'm forgetting her name. She came up with the idea. Gashoka came up with the case. Ndegwa Njiru drafted the paper. Mount Kenya jurist donated Senior Counsel Kibe Muigai. It was a team effort that politicians came in and joined. And other Kenyans are free to come in and join. But will politicians control the narrative? No. The only day Kalonzo, Eugene, and Kioni control that narrative is the day the lawyers we had trusted to appear in court for us, the judge was seated and no lawyer was there. That is the only day 3 politicians sat on our behalf. Did they deliver? Yes, they did. Because if they never sat there, and I remember my conversation vividly with Kalonzo, he said, you know, Tony, I've never practiced law for a very long time. I'm a lawyer, but I don't practice. But with a small, because of the stature I carry as a politician, I think the judge will hear me. And all he did was say that we are seeking for an adjournment because a few things have come up. And the judge was gracious enough to say, I'll adjourn you to Monday. But what did we do as Tony Gashoka and Anthony Murida and other Kenyans? We've got a lawyer who's now going to represent us fully. That is the lawyer I will be in court tomorrow with. That Kenyan who none of you know. him together with the LSK team. That is the team I'm going to fight for JKI with. Kalonzo will be there, yes, for political mileage. Eugene will be there, yes, for political mileage. And all other Kenyans will be there because all of us are fighting different fights. Others want political mileage, others are in this fight for JKI. But I do not have a sieve to say Kalonzo don't come because he was there for me when I didn't have lawyers. So can we look for what is common amongst us? If we lose this moment that Bonnie is saying, because we are fighting amongst each other, we shall lose this country the same way Democrats of where you, Bonnie, are lost to Donald Trump. Because Congress was busy fighting Biden. Biden was busy fighting Kamala Harris. You know, those small fights within the Democratic Party cost them a seat. But because Republicans sat down and said, we might not like this man's rhetoric, but he's fighting for something that we can align with. Once people align, they achieve things. So as Kenyans, Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa, Jeremiah Kioni are a mere 3 Kenyans in a pool of 50 million Kenyans. Can we show up? Can we unite? Can we strategize? Can we put our minds together? I have an open DM. Anyone can call me and tell me, Tony, like what Dr. Milton did. How can I help you in this case? I have a media house. And I told him, bring it. That is how we shall win. When Bonnie, and I like Dr. Milton for one thing, when I sent him the case, he was the first person who said, Tony, there's something here you've gotten wrong. He told me the name you've put here, that is not the I think the CEO of KAA, that is actually the CEO of Kenya Ports Authority. And we made those changes. That is the discussion we should be having. Is how do we make our case better, stronger? How do we increase our chances of winning? How do we show these politicians that beyond you, this movement is fully owned by Kenyans? And 50 million Kenyans are more than you. That is the discussion we need to have. But if I sit in court today and I look back, there are 3 politicians behind me. On the same day, Gachagwa's courtroom was full. In the courtroom Kalonzo was, there were 3 people only. Kenyans, we must put our words and our actions in one line. When we say we are fighting for this republic, when politicians show up with their people, let Kenyans show up with their people. Then these politicians will know we are a serious lot. But if one Kenyan appears surrounded by 4 politicians, I mean, the politicians will think these Kenyans are jokers. That is my submission. And I beg your indulgence. I do not have a large pool to pick from. But even when I opened the plenary and I told Kenyans to give me lawyers, not even one Kenyan sent me a lawyer. Not even one. So we say a lot of things on spaces, but sorry to say, when it comes to the actionables, that is where we draw the line. So as Kenyans, we are here fighting for this airport. We are here fighting for this country. Let us start saying, if this guy, Morara Kepaso, has the momentum, support it. If we are fighting for JKI and JKI has a momentum, let us support it. Once politicians see that we are redefining how Kenya is governed, how Kenyan is fought for, then politicians will have a reason to fear. But when we say we are fighting for JKI, then I end up in court as one Kenyan with 4 politicians. How shall this one Kenyan fight the politicians? How shall these politicians take Kenyans seriously? So tomorrow I ask you, let us show up tomorrow. The only way we shall change the narrative of this country is when our words and our actions work together. That is how we shall win. Those people who show up win. Those people who do not show up, they will not even be counted. So let us show up. Let us win together. Let us redefine this nation together. And I'll repeat as I learned. to all of you who are here. We are not only fighting for JKIA, we are fighting for good governance. We are fighting for the soul of this republic. We are fighting to redefine and rewrite how governance is done in Kenya. Yes, we have the theoretical. Now, can we start working on the hardware? We have the software. We've known what it ails us. Can we start writing this, doing the critical things? Because the bad leaders we are talking about, it takes them one day to unite. We, the good people, from June, now we are heading to December, we are yet to unite. Bad people unite, they unite in 3 weeks. Can we start uniting? If we unite all of us, then the bad leaders we want to kick out will be in the minority. But if the bad leaders we are talking about have the capacity to unite people, and we, the good people, are not willing to unite the people, the bad leaders we are talking about sacrifice their time to show up. We, the good people, do not sacrifice our time to show up. Then they leave what they are doing to show, to be there. Tomorrow they will be there. I can bet you, tomorrow they will be there. All Kenyans also must be there. If we are not willing to sacrifice our time, and they are willing to sacrifice their time, they will win. People win because they sacrifice. People win because they are passionate about the fight. People win because they show up when it's time to fight. Can we start showing up? We've been in this boardroom, and we shall continue to be in this boardroom. But let us be both in the boardroom and in the streets, working to liberate this country. If we do not set the narrative, then the narrative will be set for us. I yield. I don't want to hog the mic, but I will yield to that. Let us show up, let us fight, let us unite, and let us work together. Let us make a small idea better. Let us ask ourselves, how can we make this JKIA takeover more difficult for government and Adani? We are trying to craft something with a young man called Daniel of how Kenyans can take part in public participation so that it is verifiable to the Senate and verifiable as the constitutional threshold. That is how we shall win. It is by working together and bringing our minds together and coming together as one people who fight for one country that we all belong to, that we don't need to beg to belong to, that we don't need to bend to belong to. That is how we shall win this fight. And if we just create a crack on Ruto's armor, then people will start saying, let us go in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Dr. Milton, are you going?
Did we all lose Tony, or am I the only one?
No, I think
he landed.
Okay, Tony, yield the mic. Are you going, Dr. Milton? We can hear you. Brian, we are coming to you. Siseko, we are coming. Elinda will be coming. Let's hear from Milton. Dr. Milton? Okay. It's like we lost Dr. Milton. Brian, 1 minute, and Siseko, 1 minute. We're at the top of the hour. We're almost closing. And then Elinda.
Yeah, hello. I think I might have been misquoted. I did not say that these people feel the pain that we are feeling. I'm saying realizing and the understanding. Yeah, they might, of course, I don't think they're feeling the pain, but they're understanding it. And sometimes I feel like they understand it more than whatever it is that we are trying to do. I think Boniface has really summarized what I wanted to contribute. Pragmatism is what is going to make us win this thing. Quick wins. You see, even when people go to war, if you read some of these stories, like World War I, World War II, like how wars are won, is when the soldiers, when they are motivated, when the soldiers see the kind of progress that they are making, they become more motivated. when Kenyans were taken in the World War II, when they came back, they saw something. They realized that actually the white man can be killed, and actually the white man is not as strong as initially thought. So some of these quick wins, like beating Adani, beating Schiff, they really require some the efforts that Akina Boni are trying to bring out, and some of these efforts, as he has clearly pointed out, require resourcing, and the resourcing is not only financial but also the human capacity. Back to what I was saying, I'm not a fan of. In fact, if I can disclose this, I voted for Jacoya, not because I smoke that workout, whatever tobacco, that's how Trump calls it, but I thought he was the only one who was practical, because whatever it is that you're saying was going to at least, he was not really beating around the bush. If we look at whatever it is that we are fighting against, these are people who are very charismatic. William Ruto is very charismatic. Raila Odinga is very charismatic. They are sophisticated. If we go and we try to have this, I don't want to say intellectual, but our conversation is so high up there. Your typical voter is used to sloganeering. Nasa how, bottom up, yes. And I'm not saying we need to leave them there. Yes, we need to carry them. But as we are carrying them, we need to realize that 2027 is just right around the corner. This is a product. And for this product to be bought by the customers when they walk in, they need to see it. How do they see it? Do we have that kind of media influence? I don't know. I don't think so. Do we have that kind of muscle? When Akina Boni go to court, there's something I saw Nelson Harvey putting out, and it was regarding the finance bill 2023, and why the Court of Appeal sort of overturned it. He said something that, I'm not a lawyer, but I thought made sense. He talked of public sentiment. Like if Kenyans were so invested on that case that even those was it Court of Appeal or Supreme Court, even those judges, if their kids, if their wives, if their relatives were aware that they are going to make that decision, that kind of, should I call it pressure, or that kind of environment, I'm not saying, the decision will have gone otherwise.
Yes, Brian, and you need to learn. Kindly.
Okay,
Yes.
I've learned.
Okay, yeah, because the hands are up, we've been waiting for Dr. Milton to make his submissions, but Alida, your hand has been up. If it's a question or a quick submission, because Seko and Tufulani had also asked for the mic. So Alida?
Mine was just a quick submission, or I just wanted to to add on to, or to question what Anthony Muturi was saying, that we needed these people like Kalonzo, or people like Raila, Mdavadi, Martha, and I remember so well during the Gen Z demon those days, the adage those days was that we must drain the swamp. We need to drain the swamp completely. And that is my opinion. It could be a personal opinion, but my opinion is that people like Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Raila, Martha, and many, many other, the old home guards, as I call them, what legacy have these people left? These people have been in the system for too long, and they are part of the system. You will work for them. Right now, I think Kalonzo, they are looking for a loophole to maybe just get back to power. It could be, I don't know. But I'm just of the opinion that Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Martha, whoever, all this, we need complete swamp draining completely, actually. We need swamp draining. And then he was saying that, like the Democrats lost because they were busy fighting each other. That's not the reason. I won't even get into that, actually. That's not the reason why they lost. It was their policies that were really just wrong. So we need to know who our real enemies are. I don't think Mudavadi I don't think Kalonzo, he could be working now, he could be showing an interest. But I think most of the time when the Gen Z went on the street, every time there is an election is stolen, an election is lost, most of the people who died on the streets of Kenya, whose blood is spilled, are just people. They are not even the middle class. They are the poor people, actually. People who are suffering. And these are the people who are actually I feel for. So I don't even think someone like Kalonzo's son would go on the street. I saw, even when their sons are getting married, you know, they just marry among themselves and they invite each other to those weddings. So you can't convince me that these people have our best interest at heart. I think these are people who are just trying to take advantage of the issues. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Dr. Milton. I'm trying to give you the mark. Cisco, we are coming to the close of the space. Kindly make your submission quick. Cisco.
Yeah, it's okay. If you can hear me, give me 100. Nione kama tuko pamoja. It's all right. So it's still funny that some of us come here with a Bingos language to try to explain us the constitution that clearly we know it's not working. And vitu kwa ground aziko hivyo, we are trying to bring, venye tunatry to bring out hapa. Vitu kwa ground na Gen Zs, we are going to the streets. That's the only language that this guy understands. Mambo ya Kalonzo hata hatushughuliki nao. Here tunamchukua sahi kama a common Kenyan, a lawyer trying to help us in whatever. So kama akona agenda zake, we are sorry for him because we are not fools. We are not going to be fooled for whatever anataka kufanya. But for now, whatever state that tulikuwa, this is not a political whatever. So people should not misunderstand this. Kalonzo hapo penye yako hajakuja kusaidia kwa sababu yeye ni politician. He's a common Kenya fighting for a Dani case kama lawyer. Whatever agenda he has, they have, wakae nazo. We don't give an F about it. Tomorrow tunatokea. Hatutokei kwa sababu Kalonzo ni yeye lawyer manini. Tunatokea kwa sababu we need Kenyans to be heard. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Na wacha kuambia vitu zenye zieleweke hapa za Kenyans. Kenyans are tired of these negotiations and stuff, trying to explain how the constitution works. Constitution does not work in Kenya. It works for the poor man. Akiiba kuku apelekwa kwa koti. That's when it works. And the law. We all know what's happening. And that's why Gen Zs are trying to skia nonsense. We need actions and stuff. Clearly, there's no system that is working in Kenya. No system mtu anaweza kuja hapa atuambia that is working in Kenya. Lex, watu wamegoma and stuff. So, ukuja hapa kuexplainia watu things that are not working, kutuambia tuchukue kura sahi, it's wastage of time. We need change and we need actions. That's what we need at the moment. Watu wanakufa kwa hospitali hawana, SHA it's not working. I mean, it's nonsense coming here to explain the constitution. And clearly we know it's not working. That's it. Tutarant kabisa na street watu watatokea. And tomorrow people are going to the streets. That's my submission.
Thank you, Sesco. Mtu fulani, also make it a quick one so that we can close the show. I see two other speakers.
Okay, mine is just brief. There's this thing of entertaining the political class. Those are the real tribalists, to sema ukweli, because we saw, and I want to remind people that picture should never leave your head. Those people immediately after the 25th protest, they went to KICC and they stood there, all of them. Now, some of them are pretending they are pro-government. Some of them are pretending they are pro-Gen Z. Look, you have to be careful about who is helping you. Yes, you have a cause, especially Anthony. You have a cause, and it's the right cause, but you have to be careful. You cannot be walking around with the junkies. People will also think you are a junkie. You cannot be walking around with parasites. People will say you're also a parasite, because those people we are working with are part of the parasite class. And we need to stop calling them political class. They are the parasite class. They feed on Kenyans. So you work with somebody who is feeding on you. And I am seeing a very serious scenario that from tomorrow, Kenyans will gather there and they will use that platform to extend or to raise their political ambitions. Using, as long as Kenyans are there and it's captured on media, and the media will obviously spin it the way they want to spin it. And Kenyans will be convinced that now Kalonzo is a savior or Eugene. And Kioni, we all know who Kioni master is. When you see Kioni, you know the Mama Task family is there represented. He's an errand boy, spanner boy of those people. So you need to be careful who you're working with. Tafadhali. Yangu ni hayo too. Let's not be deceived into other things. This Adani case will end. And I want to see what will happen to you, Anthony, after this Adani case, how mtapelekana na hao watu wakina Kalonzo and the likes. I really want to see what will happen next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mtufulani. Always to the point. The Eclist chef, msanii wetu. Nakupa mic.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Redemptor, for giving me the chance. I'd wish for today to close up with something. I don't know how you've planned it, but my submission for today was.
Yeah, it's sorry. If it's a spoken word, can we let Dr. Milton and then I come back to you? I thought you wanted to talk. If it's a spoken word, I'll let you speak the last. Yes, Dr. Milton.
It's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really want to appreciate the kind of discourse that we've had, and I want to be specific to the questions that have been raised, and especially the sticky issue about who we associate with. But I want to, as I start with the sticky issue of who we deal with and how we interact with the likes of Senior Counsel Honorable Kalonzo, I want us to take a moment to reflect on. I want us to take a moment and reflect on the 48 laws of power. And I want to remind us to think about what the concept of the 48 laws of power is. Robert Greene, who is the author of 48 laws of power, is renowned for being an author that talks about the art of power, strategy, and seduction. Power, strategy, and seduction is right at the heart of what we are fighting for and what we are calling for. The political class has perfected the art of seduction. They have the power, and in their strategy, everything they do is to use the power to seduce. And the Kenyan people have fallen victim to that strategy, as Robert Greene talks about 48 laws of power. If you are in a
Dr. Milton, can anyone hear him?
No, we lost Milton.
Well, I think we're coming to the close as we wait for him to come and make a submission. So I think Abdi, Hillary, I don't know if you would want to go first because we have an artist who would want to share a spoken word as we wait.
Bonnie, are you still there? You have a final remarks before I go? Yes, Redemption. Then yeah. Bonnie.
Thank you. Can you?
Yeah, very well.
Thank you. I mean, look, I just wanna hit the same points that I hit before, which is we need to be really, really careful that we do not lose focus of why we got into this movement to begin with. The idea of cutting deals because it's the way it's been done before. It's something it's we should not allow ourselves to fall prey to that. Honestly, I believe that this is a rare moment that we have in our country to shoot for the stars. to insist on a total makeover, a cultural shift, a paradigm shift. None of the people that we're talking about here
Hiyo
are going to
Volma,
make us.
but sasa sijui wako entrance gani, ni watoto
Can you hear me?
So ingilia hapa, twende
Someone is speaking. I don't know who is speaking. Dr. Milton. Sorry, Dr. Milton, can we allow Bonnie to finish and then you come back on? Because we had lost you for a moment.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. I'm struggling to hear.
No problem, no problem. So again, to me, the key thing is this. We need to remember why we are doing this. And like I said before, 20% change, 15%, that's not going to do it. This is a rare moment for a country to shoot for the stars. The people that we're talking about, all these characters, they have one thing in common. As soon as they get an opportunity, they forget about the average Kenyan. I don't want to be in a fight with these people. I don't want to be in a foxhole with people that are going to cut a deal in one afternoon because they've been given an opportunity to work with the president. And so when you associate yourself with these people, ask yourself what makes you special? Because these deals, that's what they've been doing their entire lives, right? That's what they've been doing. They cut a deal. As soon as the call comes in, they cut a deal. Whether you're talking about Alonso, all these characters, they have the same thing in common, which is as soon as a call comes in and they see a deal that they believe benefits them, they don't have a problem changing uniforms in a matter of a few minutes. So we have to be really careful about that. We have to be really careful. But otherwise, this whole movement then loses the whole, you defeat your own goals, your objectives by cutting deals with people like this. We have the power. They don't have the power. The previous speaker talked about these politicians they have no power. We give them the power, right? Kalonzo has no power when the people that put him into office and the people that made him popular take it away. When we take it away, so we should be focusing on educating Kenyans that you have the power to change the situation, not Kalonzo. Kalonzo is there to take advantage of his popularity and his proximity and his friendship with all these people. He has no power. He has no power if we take it away. So, we need to be really careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from Dr. Bonnie Milton? Dr. Milton, can you hear us? Redemptor?
Yes, the last person is a young person. I think we need to remind ourselves and hear their cry through the spoken word. So the Ecclesia. Let's hear what you have for us today.
Good evening once again. Can you give me 100 if you hear me loudly, clear? Okay, and before I just go to the spoken word, I've been out for a moment due to some unavoidable circumstances. But I'm back. Fabish, I can see you. You're there. Redemptor, Hilary, and Anthony, and the rest of you. So thanks for keeping me updated with the posts and the reposts. And this is what I prepared for you. It is called, This is on Us. Everything that is happening in this country, it is on us. We as the young people, as this young generation, we have to fight back for good governance. And we won't get tired anytime soon. Injection imekuwa kama erection because it's a must on a daily basis as by the prescription ya madaktari. Usiende election kama huna vision ya juu election ya few selections in the box with no option of your opinion. Our obligation is to fasten the construction of our country because there's no country that needs introduction in reconstruction. Wanasema samaki huanza kuoza kutoka kichwani dhuo nilishikwa nikitrai kupigania uhuru. Karao wananitisha chwani because they are bought with this regime. I nearly rot in jail, hence knocking them with the truth. And this is the story I wrote. Ni juzi tu ulikuwa kwa streets begging Kenyans to bring change on the spot, yet there is none. We've fought our freedom since colonizers Wakuja, but it's like they never left. Maybe a student of colonizers and oppressors. Oppress us was your theme behind the curtains, though Justin hakuwa na time alikuwa Captain Bahrain. It's worsening to hear and see citizens crying loudly, but no one to wipe their tears because your terms are beginning to take another channel, which is a weapon to tear us. Children dying because malnutrition, yet your stores are full and bellies bulging out. Free education was a pillar which was to be driven from the former regimes for only teachers to go for vacation during time strike. Tushachoka banana and someone has to stand up and face this mountain of ruin. Foreign and villain ideas ndio umeweka kama nguzo, not even falling for the cries of the citizens we lost. This is unsolved domain to the common mwananchi, ishakuwa theory. Everything has fallen and soon it will be you to fall. Leaders have a diligent duty to serve and protect, but this wasn't for their personal gain. We are living in a weird system governed by a wicked regime in a delicate era. Vaccination has become mandatory but still unnecessary. How I wish the energy could be turned into free education, supply of food, low and affordable community. Medication has been priced up na bado kutibiwa ni costly, yet government hospitals preach about free medical attention. Nothing adds up. Not even easy for the mathematicians because clearly politicians have stolen our chances to make us great again. United we win, divided we fall. This is on us. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Hilary Abdi, close the show.
Abdi.
Dr. Milton. Yeah, Milton. Is Milton there?
We can't hear you.
Okay, we can hear. Okay, thank you very much. That was really a very great presentation from the artist. I really liked it, actually. And the message is very clear that we stay united. And thank you all for joining the space and the discussion, charting a path to accountable governance amidst today's leadership crisis. I think all your voices, insight, diverse perspective have highlighted the urgent need for a unity, resilience, and collective action. I think as we move forward, let's stay committed to holding these leaders accountable, fostering transparency, pushing for a leadership that truly represents the will of the people. Remember, change begins with each of us. Let's continue to engage, challenge, inspire one another towards a brighter, more just future. And we can always disagree, but I have a point of agreement somewhere. So with that, I would say thank you, everyone, and over to you, Hillary and Redemptor.
Redemptor, do you have any last word?
No, just to finish, Anthony, the other day I had one of the councils calling Babayao a comrade. So we are living in very dangerous times where we very easily can sanitize people because we think we have a common enemy while they are the enemy. So let's be woke. Let's be alert. Asante. Asanteni for listening to us and for all the submissions that have been made.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining Pressure Point all the time, and we really appreciate your time. We have been here more than 5 hours. Today, we decided to do this for everybody to say what you want to say. We're supporting each and everyone, and our focus remains the same. Every time, Pressure Point here on Sunday. You have anything that you want us to push on, let us know. DM me. My DM is always open. Pressure Point team is working on something. Let us work together the way Tony is saying, and everybody. I think that the spirit, any information that you think that can go outside there, let us know. We'll help us to go. But on Sunday, every Sunday, we are here, guys. We are here seeing how best we can forge ahead our country. Otherwise, thank you so much. Have a blessed night, a blessed morning, a blessed day. Till we meet again on Sunday. Bye.
society, because I'm beginning to wonder what is not what. I saw some at Lengata Cemetery, it's like somebody went and dropped some human bones there, and they look like they had been boiled. Then amebeba na hizi karatasi za dustbin, sijui akaidamp huko kwa makaburi, ikapatikana huko. Sasa me, I don't know, seriously. And then Zakayo is there telling people in church that they are going to take action. Which action are they going to take now? Which action are they taking? If at all the police themselves, they are admitting that we mambo ya homicide imewashinda. They are unable to do anything about it. So the cases are just piling one after, because you can see now, if at all people are dying, a woman is dying every single day. How many cases do they have? In 1 week, they have 7 homicide cases. 1 week. By the time the month is ending, they have 30. And you know how usually they are very lax. Happened that the people who operated her, they operated her, and then she left the premises and started having problem because her stomach had been perforated.
Malia, I think we lost you.
Are you getting me?
We are losing you.
Are you getting me
Malia.
now? Are you getting me now?
Yeah, go ahead. And kindly just let's go to dwell much on solution, because these are the things that are public domain, the information there, and that is why we are raised. We we already bring these things that now church are being used again. So let's just strategize and mobilize. Let's focus on that.
Okay, let me just finish up on this lady who went to the hospital. So, we need to understand what KMPDU or its or the board, like this place was not certified to operate to do surgery. They were only there licensed as a spa. Spa ni kama hizi masauna, ma steam bath, those kind of places. So how did they end up doing a? And by the way, this is not the first woman who has died in that facility. I think it was some 2 years back. There's a lady who died when she's getting breast enlargement. Now the city council and the other medical guys, they have come and put a notice that they have closed the clinic. What exactly? By the way, we need to hold people accountable, because I don't understand why we have a city council, we have medical board people and all those people, and we pay them so that they can be able to regulate. Sasa, if they don't come out and regulate, even when you go to a hospital, are you going to be comfortable that mtu mwenye anakutibu ni daktari? Because I understand the problem is that the person who did the surgery was not a doctor. So are you really? The other time we saw again a fake doctor who had been, he's come this whole way and he even used to do surgeries. What are we going to do as Kenyans to protect our well-being? Because now where things have reached, it's like by the way we are just on our own. It's like we don't have a government, we don't have any institution which is working, which can be able to protect us and regulate institutions. So now there we are. Even our health, we are not sure of our health, especially with this shisha thing, which now Ruto and his team wanapigia debe, and he's saying that Kindiki will help him to piga debe. Do you need to piga debe something which is working, or why do you need to campaign for something which is working? Being a Kenyan is hard. I'm telling me, I don't know which solution I have as at now. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As you are saying, it's like we don't know that it's like we don't know that we have we already know that we don't have a government, and that is why we are saying now it is time to look for solution. It is time for Kenyans to stand, come together, take the power, and now we do what we think it is right for this country. These people, these politicians that we have, they are not leaders, but they are just having a political enterprises. So what we need to do is to close all those kiosks, political enterprises, and Kenya now we take the power and we utilize accordingly so that it can work for every Kenyan, for prosperity of this country. We cannot continue dying like chickens. We cannot continue being killed, whether in hospital, by guns, by diseases, and everything. We cannot live in a country where we live like we are in the bush, where we stay like we are in the forest. We are not animals. We are human beings. We deserve dignity. We deserve respect. We deserve good life. We deserve, to our children to be able to prosper and join the globe as, we are doing innovation and taking this country way forward. But what we see is that we have leaders that are taking us back to 19th century, of which we cannot agree. We have said enough is enough. We have seen more than we are supposed even to see in this country. So, Justus, please welcome and take the mic.
Thank you so much, comrade, and greetings. Good evening, all space members. And yes, I feel the mood. I feel the mood in the house, and I know people can cast off restraint, people can lose hope, but I just want to inspire you that the line of progress is never straight, and for a period of a movement, the line may not be straight, and it may encounter a lot of obstacles, and you may see the paths bends, and often it feels as though you are moving backwards, but in fact, you are moving ahead. Sometimes when you're about to reach the city, the bends may be so much, and soon you will see that the city is just closer by. And so I would remind you that it is closer by. It is closer because the freedom we are fighting for is not won by a passive acceptance of suffering. And yes, I can feel that we all acknowledge and agree that the suffering is too much. Freedom is won by struggle against suffering. We have to pay that full price. And I guess maybe that is what is needed now. Because no great victories are won in a war for the transformation of a whole people without total participation. Because less than this, we'll just be creating, some amelioration of sophistication, token sophistication, which will not really answer. We must engage everyone. And the cry for Genzote and the riots are not the causes of Ruto's must go resistance. They are the consequences of the things that he's been doing to us. And this will require unilateral approach for us to collectively pull together our effort from whichever quarter. And that's why, Comrade Fabish, I really appreciate. You are so consistent and persistent in the space. Keep speaking. I know some may be saying that no, the spaces are ineffective. We just keep speaking and we keep talking and we should stop talking. We should go to the street. Yes, we are going to go to the street, but we must keep talking. We've seen various elements of fights through the legal departments. We've seen in the judiciary, and we've seen in the National Assembly. But sometimes, even when the legal contest, you realize that the sole, if the legal contest is taken as the sole form of activity, the ordinary citizens are just involved as passive spectators. And his interest is stirred, but his energies are unemployed. But mass marches transform the common man into a star performer, and engage him normally is a complete, total, and commitment that comes when you engage masses. Actually, whatever you achieve with masses, even lobbying and imploring in the legislative assemblies can even, you've seen, whenever we come out, even when we came out last time in June 25th, and a number of us suffered, and I still pray and also support those I'm able to reach out to. Whenever I see my wounds, I got shot at as well in that day. And it's a remember, when I see those marks, it reminds me of the passion that we came out for, the zeal that we came out for, which should continue inspiring us. And that much changed a lot. Because when you're saying that finance bill is back, yet we marched and we had marks and we had scars that are still living with us. And some of us are 6 feet under. Some are maimed. They can't walk. They can't function correctly because of this guy. It's just a reminder that we are getting closer there. This thing needs to be done. We can't rest. We can't let go. We need to keep moving. And we cannot move individually. We must move as a team. And Fabish, I had not been selling our party, Justice and Freedom Party, that I lead. I'm the party leader. But yes, because we needed to harmonize various movements and have come together, even from various different political parties, so that we function as one. It was not a partisan a factor then. But as it stands, there's a lot of political answers that also need to be, very clear and be very concrete. And that is why, yes, as a party, we are very open to the movement so that we may achieve justice, as we say. Because freedom, which we stand for, is not given, it's taken. It never just comes like that. You take it. And taking it requires these strategies that we are employing and we are putting in place to make sure that we move together. But now that we have moved together, yes, how are we achieving them? Because we fought to defeat finance bill, and they're coming in through the back doors. The same parliament is still the same guys. Though we have a few on our end whom we can continue using to lobby together with to make sure that these bills do not see the light of the day. And should they see the light of the day, we send greetings and get back to marching as we've done before. But then again, we have issues like formation of IBC commission. And as we form the IBC commission, we need to have our guys in there, not just watch for them to populate it with their own people. So that as a party, is we've participated, we pushed our guys in there, and we will still also want our guys. That is at the level of a selection panel. But then also at the level of commissions who are going to apply, we would want our own people to apply and make sure that we have competent individuals who can pass through, so that this solution is functional over and above our civic agitation. We can also have advocacy to match the long-term expected solution that we're deciding. Yeah, so as a party, we are also getting ready for both scenarios. If it's not out before the beginning of 2025, then we must be ready also for election. But whether it's out, still we must be ready for election to occupy the seats where we will be recalling these the MPs who are not following the citizens' interest, or who does not have the citizens' interest at heart, and also the MCS, and also the president, and governors and senators. We need to fill these seats, and fill these seats with individuals who have the interest of the citizen at heart, not these compadres who will a deal and sacrifice us at the altars of the deals, the altars of Western and the Eastern deals. These guys have no conscience. As my sister said earlier, you see the runaway deaths. They would rather jeopardize Kenyans' life and protect theirs. I was just in the grassroots, these sides of Kisumu. I went to work with farmers and support them in enhancing food security. And I'm realizing that some of these guys are farm shambas next to the river that runs into Lake Victoria, all the way to Nile. And you know what Egyptians are doing with Nile down there. They even use it to irrigate their corn, and then they supply with corn. And nice, actually very fertile shambas bordering the rivers. But each time these people plant, the sea animals, the hippopotamus, whereas we have wildlife ranges around the same area, who should be helping in managing the wildlife conflicts, at the same time enhancing human food security. So I found the villagers are there sleeping in the night. Actually, most of the husbands are watching the corn plantation in the night. Yet there is a administration police, this chief, there is a police, and KWS, the wildlife rangers. They are all sleeping during the night. But Kenyan citizens who are paying their salary in the night spend the night away from their wives and their families watching the animals. And I'm like, how would this happen? Who hired who? And why did we even employ them to begin with? So this negligence is actually a reflection on what we're having in the national arena. So I agree with you that we must put our foot forward. And we can't afford to miss awards. But we must unite in this cause. So as a party, we will allow you to honor the party wherever you are. And it's for the purposes of the movement, wherever you are, if you're a candidate who is ready to take a specific seat, this is the time. So that whatever efforts that we are fighting for should be consolidated to also bear specific fruits. Yes, when they come out, we must replace them with our guys. Who are these guys? These are the ones who the party actually are reaching out to now, so that wherever you are, and especially Fabrice, when you're doing the grassroots civic awareness, as you do civic awareness, you also recruit them into the party because you'll need them tomorrow. And as you recruit them into the party, you also identify your aspirants, and we begin from because even campaign and the political seat is a process, is not an event. You don't need to wait until the election is there, then you start running here and there. So when you're doing civic education on the grassroots, you can also register them and recruit them as members of the party. And it's very easy. I'll share how you can register somebody through just a mobile phone. Is a short code that you can use.
Justus, kindly allow me to interrupt you a bit. First is there is a reason why we identify you and we treated you exception, because we have seen that what is derailing the movement, their political class. And that is why we are trying in as much as possible to run away from the political class, because most of the problem that we are facing today, they were actually scripted and initiated by the political class. Secondly, we don't currently, as it is, to be honest to you, that is where we draw the line. We don't believe in any form of election, and we don't want to align ourselves with political parties. In fact, what we are even telling our members is we want our members to start mass deregistration, deregistering themselves from any political party. If you know you ever registered yourself as a member of ODM, kindly, we will be sharing on how you are going to deregister yourself from being affiliated to ODM, because we want to start deplatforming those political parties, because they are abusing us. They are using us as the numbers to bargain for their selfish interest, and yet they're oppressing us. So even as we are boycotting Safaricom, we are also in a way now to start deplatforming those political parties. If you know that you ever registered as a member of UDA, we will also rally the members of the movement to start deregistering themselves and disassociating themselves from being the members of the UDA and disengaging totally from any activities of those political parties. Now, when we strip them, the numbers is now when they can understand where the power belongs. So the idea of now telling people to register for political parties, it is a very bad idea for now. We are, in fact, we are doing the opposite. We said also that, I think I sent you the demands that we will be giving this Ruto government. We have 11 demands that we'll be giving on 11/11, and we are expecting those demands to be met in 11 days. So, yes, you are very right. After we remove William Ruto, of course, there will be election, but we don't want to be that, occupy our minds and our energies to election for now. Of course, when we reach the river, we will know how to cross it, whether we are going to swim or we are going to use a bridge. We know that when we remove the parliament and remove William Ruto and his regime, then we will plan now, because we will now identify who are the credible leaders that they can be trusted. They can be recognized by law and by us, that these are leaders that are credible. The reason why we want to associate with you, it is because, yes, you are a politician, and of course, we cannot fight you from being within our within us, because you are a politician. One is because you don't have that long-standing history. You are not part of this problem, because we know you are Gen Z. You are one of us. But of course, we are also trading with you carefully with a pinch of salt, because sometimes we know politicians can be easily dissuaded, but we still don't want to believe that you can. We know that you have principles. So let's not encourage people now about election, because even we said, if we cannot remove Ruto before 2027, we will do anything that it will take us to make sure that no election will be held in this country with William Ruto. It is until William Ruto step out is now when we can go for credible election, even if it means that we will tell IBC that they will not do registration anywhere in this country, even if it means in any different methods that we'll be using. Everyone that have voters card, they would desist from taking the voters card. That is how radical we are taking the movement, so that we can get this solution. That is what we are saying. To change this country, we need to make a very, very hard stand. We cannot do things the same and expect different results. This time round, we have said revolution is the way to go. So as you are coming, yes, just maintain the political outfit that you have, but we don't want to be indoctrinated fast into the any political movement. And that is why you see we easily disassociated ourselves with Morara the time that he purported to register a political party, because that was not the agenda of the movement. We remain to be the movement until William Ruto go. It is now when we go to the political party, as we are doing. We are heading for election when we already agree. Of course, when we remove William Ruto, we might even decide that we need first a transitional council. We don't need to straight away outright to have a political party. We might first say that, okay, we need transitional council that will be comprised of men and women from all the 47 counties, and taking all tribes into consideration, that they will come and make one voice. And then we now want to know, how are we going to have a credible election and have, people with integrity that, they are going to occupy those offices, even as we are addressing other issues, including historical injustices, land injustices, the killings, the abductions, extrajudicial killings that has happened, having those commissions that they are going to investigate, because any soul that has been lost in this country must be accounted for. That they can continue killing, but they must know that the end game is that any soul, any blood that have been spilled in this country unjustifiably must be accounted for. So the reason why we are with you is because, yes, you stand for justice and freedom, and that is what we are pursuing. But we don't want to pursue in a political manner. We are pursuing it in a movement, because we have seen political outfits. They end up being tribal. They end up, balkanizing and divide and rule agenda. That is why we really want to disassociate from that side. So we are sorry for that. But of course, we hope that you are part of the movement, even with your political outfit, even as we are mobilizing now for 11/11. And also, if maybe, because in that platform, your political outfit, we can maybe now in this movement to use it as a mouthpiece, that maybe sometimes you want to table agenda through the mainstream media. We don't need to go as a movement, but you can just go not as on behalf of movement, but just the voices that is within the movement is what you will be addressing there. I don't know whether you are getting me from that angle. That is the reason why we need you.
Good clarity, Fabrice. Actually, you don't have to be sorry. You see, we talk till we come into the unity of how we unity of strategy, unity of faith, and so that we act as one. And you see, activism tailored with advocacy becomes very, very, very effective. And from political party, the clarity I wanted to bring to the table, a number of clarity. We have a number of issues that are affecting us, even in our political democratic space. Somebody says a good democracy is good economy. Good economy, as somebody used to say, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Siasa chafu, maisha, and the reverse. So for us to get good democracy, then we must have functional institutions. And political scientists will tell you that the major impediment to good democracy is populism, personism, and tribalism. And the challenge we've been having, and I think that is what we are having today, and that's a lens that we should be very careful not to use to stereotype good democracy. We've had populism, and we've had personism, and a tribalism, which actually is not a good democracy. And what we are fighting for is a democratic space which is driven by issues which are citizen-centered. But we've been having regimes hiding around political parties. Like now, Justice and Freedom Party, I'm happy you are getting to know us. You cannot be registered as a party if you're not national. As I speak, we have aspirants, even in Wajir, in Lamu, candidates who are elected in our party. We are all over the country. And the nationalistic aspect of it actually is what as labor as is far. You'll hear us in so many things that I will highlight later. But we need to distinguish between populism, personism that we are having currently. And political scientists will tell you that they are a danger, they are impediment to proper democratic practice. Because a populist will require sycophants to surround them. And those populists normally they have a party. Without them, there is no party. And those are how you can describe, actually, that's what defines maybe 1 or 2 or 4 political parties that you famously know. Because most of them are centered around individuals, not issues. They're not nationalistic. You take away those individuals, you cease to have a party. And these are the challenges we've had. Because populism thrives around tribalism, thrives around sycophants, where there is no accountability. Sometimes you might even be surprised that Ruto is not even being advised, because he surrounded himself with sycophants, he's surrounded himself with individuals who are incompetent, and guess what? These are the results we're seeing to date. So if we were to allow institutions to work, because the change that we are pushing for, and accountability matrix that we are judging them with, is the constitution that we, the people, gave to ourselves. And we, the people, as we gave ourselves the constitutions to rule ourselves, and the sovereign authority still solely relies or belongs to the people. and we can exercise its furbish directly or indirectly. Now, we have two scenarios of what you've explained. We can suspend the constitution and exercise our sovereign authority directly without the constitution. But still, we can exercise our sovereign authority directly through the constitution. And that will mandate us to then empower the institutional foundations that we need to remain effective. So if the political structure or the political formation that the Constitution has given us is currently through the political parties and Political Parties Act, then it would be wise. I saw Raila sometimes abscond, boycotted the election, a repeat election during Maraga against Uhuru. And what happened? The election went on. Uhuru just won.
Justus, just hold on there. I want to put it this way. Then I will give Xavier so that you can answer together. First is that, we have been discussing in these places, but, one thing that politicians, they will always deny, it is because sometimes a lot of politicians, they are driven by ambitions. One thing that is very clear in this country is that the constitution has been suspended, not by the Kenyans, by the movement, or by Kenyans who are yearning for change, but by the regime itself. It is not working in parliament, it is not working in judiciary, it is not working in the executive, it is not working in the security sector, it is not working in the health sector. So currently, as we are speaking, the constitution has been suspended by one William Ruto. That is, no matter which language, how we want to arrange our words, they are operating outside the constitution. The country is being on autopilot. It is not driven again by the supreme law of the land. That is the reality of things on the ground. And that is why we are saying that now what we need is through the popular revolution first. After that now is now when we can restore the order of constitutionalism and law and order in this country. But we cannot fight in his own space where he is good at thriving at. We have seen offices being created outside the constitution and yet using our taxpayers' money, and nothing is being done. Nowhere to address the judiciary as totally, they are blind, they have closed their ears, they are not seeing evil, they are not hearing evil. Now, we as Kenyans, we cannot be hopeless. We cannot stay as if we are begging anyone permission to be in this country. That's why we are saying, Kwamba, constitution we may suspend, we are ready to go that way, but we are going to take the power back. And the good thing is, at least you suspend the constitution, like in CC, we will use that one chapter in the constitution that the power belongs to the people, and now we are going to take that power. In that chapter, it did not tell us that we need a political outfit to take that power, but we just need to go and grab that power and take it unto ourselves. Then now we decide on how we want to donate that power, or how we want to exercise that power, whether we continue exercising it directly or whether now we want to donate it. And so that is the stand, and that is what every Kenyan can attest. So I know, in as much as you belong to this generation that is yearning for change, but the system currently cannot favor any someone that is purporting to operate in the constitution that has been suspended, that is not there, now here. So let me give to Xavier, because I know he will have something also to add on to that and rebuttal, so that when you answer generally, and everyone who is here also, because I don't want to, I want to give other speakers, just you have a pen and a paper so that you address this thing. There is a reason why I want you here. Normally we don't entertain politicians, but there is a reason why I see sense in you. I see sense at least in the people that you are working together with. There is a reason why we need you as a comrade. Trust me, we don't want to cut you out, but we just want to have a productive dialogue with you. You understand us clearly, and then we understand you, and now we can reach a consensus where we will go together in this movement. So Xavier. Xavier. Okay, I'm saying that if you are not ready, let's give to Mike Omamo.
Asante sana Fabish. I first want to begin by thanking you for having this space. This is a very different kind of space. If you've been around other spaces, you realize that this is a very, very different kind of space. This is a space where people have been unplugged. This is a space where people understand that this movement shifted from being peaceful to being a revolution the moment the first bullet was shot. This is that kind of space. This is a space where people understand that we are now being led by two ICC criminals. And I don't think people have really sat with this truth that we're being led by two ICC criminals. So leo, before you sleep, just kaa kwa kitanda yako kidogo tu and really sit down with this fact that we're being led by two ICC criminals. And that alone will really help you shift how you look at this revolution. That is why we've been saying we need to start operating as a revolution. We need to stop thinking of winning this fight constitutionally because, like Fabish said, wametupa constitution. They have butchered that constitution. They're not going to operate in a constitution kind of way. So it is time we start thinking of it that way and operating like criminals. That is the truth. That is the truth. I wanted to say that if your family or your friends or your circle are still for Ruto, it means you've not done enough educating. You've not done enough civic education. And civic education is not as complex as people imagine it to be. I know people think about civic education as preaching to your family and engaging them in political debates. Civic education is not that complex. Like, for example, today I was talking to one of my cousins and I was asking her how this women rep have helped the women, and she could not answer that question. And that alone is civic education. That alone, just having her think about hawa women rep wanafanya kazi gani kusema ukweli. That alone is civic education. Another conversation I was having with my family is I was talking to them about sort of venturing into agriculture and buying cows for milk purposes. And I was engaging them about that. I sort of slipped Bill Gates into the conversation. Nikaanza kuwauliza hata hizi ng'ombe zenye nataka kununua na Ruto analeta mtu wa GMO na hizi finance na hizi bills zao za agriculture, hizi ng'ombe zitatusaidia kweli? And that alone is civic education. Like, civic education doesn't have to be as complex as people imagine it to be. It can always slip into very normal conversations. So if your friends and family and circle are still for Ruto, it means you're not engaging them enough. Another thing I wanted to talk about is let us start finding ways to psychologically crippling this government.
because that is exactly what they're doing to us. They are really psychologically crippling us. Want to engage in all sorts of things, all sorts of bills. Kila siku ni free this, free that, free this person. Sasa hata sisi, it is time we start using such tools. And what are some of the ways that we can engage them psychologically? Some of the ways we can do that is things like multiple demonstrations. Wakidhania tuna meet Milimani Court peke yake, tunaenda JKIA pia, tunaenda Safaricom pia. You know, we start confusing them. We start thinning out their monopoly of violence that they think they have. We can start using such tools. Another way is having secret meetings out of these spaces, you know. Let us have them think, watu wanafanya nini, wana plan nini. That is another way of psychologically crippling these people. Another way ni kuwasalimia. Ukiona mtu ameweka namba ya hawa watu, politicians, Ndegwa, nani, wasalimie with that number that you don't use. Wasalimie. That is another way of psychologically crippling them. Another way is to criticize them whenever they come to this our events, kwa matanga, kwa church. You know, you shout at them. That is another way of psychologically crippling them. Let us not show up at the events. These events that they make and want to invite, watupikie sijui chapo na nini, watupatie chapati. Tukatae kuenda hizo vitu. Wakitupea chapati unazirusha, unawarushia, you throw them back at them. That is another way of psychologically crippling these people. Let us have these people live in fear. Lazima waogope kuenda hizi events. Wanajue, nikienda huko, wanaweza nitukana. Nikienda huko, wanaweza nirushia mayai. Nikienda huko, watanipiga na mawe. Let us have them start living in fear, causing them as much pain, as much psychological pain as they are causing us. Kwa sababu mimi kila siku nikiamka, nasikianga tu nimechoka akili, you know, every day. But I have to keep on fighting every day. So as we continue speaking, let us continue thinking about also psychological ways of crippling this government. Let us keep on fighting. A time will come. Believe me, the time will come. And when that time comes, we have to completely replace these old bastards, this old generation of leaders, because all they're thinking about is bribery. All they're thinking about is tribalism. All they're thinking about is being political chameleons. All they're thinking about is self-interest. That is the kind of generation that the leaders we have right
Robot Framework is a keyword-driven automation testing approach that solves the problem faced by other scripted automation testing tools. It doesn't remove the need of scripting, but reduces it to great extents. Robot Framework implements the method of action words, a set of keywords intended to make the arguments of certain test functions easier to invoke, and reduce the amount of coding required for new test cases. This video will take you through all such important concepts necessary to get skilled in implementing robot framework in various testing scenarios. We will now look at the agenda of this session, but before we begin, please subscribe to IntelliPad and hit the bell icon to get the latest updates from IntelliPad. First of all, we will begin the session with understanding what is automation. After that, we will discuss automation approaches. Moving further, we will understand the basic functionalities of Python and the concepts of Python in unit testing. Moving further, we will discuss Selenium WebDriver, and finally, to end this session, we're going to understand how to read and write data using set frameworks and drivers. So without any further ado, let's begin.
Yeah. So before starting, I will just introduce myself, and I just look like what is the expectation from your end, and then we can get started into the post curriculum everything. So myself, Vijay, I am about 11 plus years of experience in QA automation mainly. So mainly I'm focusing on open source technologies like Cucumber, JMeter, TDD, these approaches, and I'm working with Selenium, APM, and these things. So here, this part for IntelliPet, I am doing this session. So I have the course curriculum for you. They have shared with me the content and everything. Based on that, I'm going to go. So the prerequisite for this course is that there is no explicit prerequisite required, because but it is good to know Java, because if we know Java, we can compare and do the studies, or not only Java, any other programming language, then it is going to be additional thing, but it is not mandatory because Python is not going to be very complex. Okay then. So this is the course we are the IntelliPet has given for. So as first we may have the introduction about the automation approaches and other things. Then we will start with the Python. So as you are saying that, yes, robot framework is something like our default keyword methodology only, keyword driven framework only, where just you are going to use some of the keywords and do it using no much programming is required. But I don't know, they have also included the Python over there, where we required some of the programming idea. But as you are already aware of automation, Selenium with the Java, so all the concepts more or less in Python will be similar to Java only. Only syntax wise there will be some changes, and there are here and there some declaration part is not required, like that small changes only in Python. So compared to Java, Python is more easier, because Java is where the compiler and interpreter are getting performed, but Python is where only interpreter is involved. So in that way, the Python is going to be comparatively very less complex. So that is fine. And Selenium WebDriver with Python they have given. So this is like the commands and everything related to your Selenium as it is. But instead of your Java library, I'm going to use Selenium Python library. And there the syntax again, the methods, whatever you're using, find element, switch to frames, switch between the windows, handling the alerts, everything is going to be same. But the way you interpret the command will be different, because it is a different library as a whole. So in that perspective, similarly calling the browser, so those things are going to be different. But other things like XPath identification, everything is as same as your Selenium with the Java only, because element wise we can't do anything. It is something related to application. So similarly, for reading and writing the data, in Java you would have used file input stream, output streams. So here we don't need those kind of stream libraries are available. Instead, we use an alternate approach. Similarly, for Excel, there we make use of JXL or Apache POI framework. But here we will be using different sort of things over here. We are going to use PyCharm, but one automation we will be doing in the Eclipse session. The same other things are same, where in your Selenium with Java, you are going to use page object model. APM also you use that. So here, how are we going to define the page object model? So because in Java, how do you create a constructor, and how do we, the page factory initialization you are doing, all these things. But here, how it is going to be different, that we are going to discuss. And then we are going with the robotic framework. So this is where we are going to download the RP idle, and using that IDE, we are going to just to configure the test scripts, and we are going to run it. So here we will be discussing similar to Selenium, whatever we are discussing here. The same information like handling the alert boxes, drop-down boxes, all these things are discussed over here, and how to generate the reporting and other stuffs are done here. So this is how we planned. Okay, we'll get started with the. So this topics might not be required, but still this is the plan for you. So I have to go by that way. So let me walk through that. and then we will get into the basics of Python. Okay. So first, let's start with the benefits of automation testing. So automation testing, as an automation tester, still now you are working. So process wise, you are not going to make much differences. So till now, whatever the manual, so you have worked on the manual end as well as on the automation end. So on the manual end, whatever the operations you have performed, the same operations only you are performing for automation testing. Where additionally one portion you are getting, or one cycle, or one step, or one process you are getting involved. What is that? Once as a manual tester, you prepare a test case, you are filtering the test cases. So say manual test cases, 100 cases you have written means, then you go through the manual test cases and you want to identify what are the cases could be automated. So then you are automating the scripts or automating that application and creating test automation scripts that can be of any tool, QTP or Selenium or APM or anything. So that is where the automation testing is different. So automation testing, as you are aware, it is not going to be something which is going to do everything on automatically, but it is going to follow the instruction provided by the automation tester. So we are going to provide the instruction. How do we provide the instruction? That is where we are using the scripting languages or programming languages based on or feasible for each and every operating system or each and every automation tools. For example, in QTP, the instructions are provided in VB script. If I go with Selenium with Java, the instructions are provided with the Java coding, core Java language. So in Selenium with Python, we are going to write the Python script. So automation testing is a technique where we are going to use some sort of automation tools in order to replace the user operations. So instead of a manual user sitting and performing an operation, let the tool do that. But for that tool, I'm going to give the instruction priorly, how the tool has to do it, how much time it has to take it, or what is the step-by-step operation that the tool has to do, everything. So what is the reason we are doing that means as a process, now everyone is following the automation testing, that is well. But what is the main reason we follow automation testing means now the most important thing is repeatability. So as you are working in the real time, mostly we work with the when you are into service-based companies or service-based projects like banking or insurance. So those are very long-time projects. Mostly you will have a contract of 5 years or 7 years contract. So those on a monthly basis, they may give some change request or a new request. So where you are updating everything. Now you can take even Gmail itself. You just think of a Gmail scenario. So like around 10 years, the Gmail has been in place. But whatever the default concept of Gmail, which was during the time of introduction, that the same remains now. The inbox, composing drafts, everything else. So now when they have introduced or when they are upgrading it to a new technology or anything, they need to make sure that the existing components are working. So for that, we need to do a regression testing. So regression testing may have around in a real time, for each and every application, thousands of test cases are going to be there. To overcome that situation, we are going to have this kind of cases. So repeatability is the very important reason. That is the most, even though we say multiple things as a benefit, but most importantly as a automation tester in the real time, the repeatability is the main factor we consider. And then about the time. So consumption of time, as an automation tester, it consumes the time, but not from the perspective of writing the test cases. It consumes the time from the perspective of execution. So when you use CI/CD tools like Jenkins or TeamCity, you don't want to wait for any build deployment or anything. You just mark it. So as soon as the developer maps the build and new build is deployed, on a night or on a timely execution, it is going to run and it will get the reports. So mostly all the regression suites, we will map it towards tonight when I'm leaving the organization, we are going to do that. So there is no manual intervention required, as well as there is no process like a manual user should be there to invoke the scripts or anything else. But the most important thing about this is ensure consistency and reliability in results. So the meaning of reliability in results is, as a factor. So when we are as a manual tester, when we are doing level 1 testing, level 2, or you consider you are doing a testing in QA environment and staging and UAT environment, there is a possibility where 1 or 2 test cases may be missed, or they may be skipped in assumption that it will work, because that is a major complex test case like that, or it is a easier test case. So like that, there is a possibility where as a manual user you can skip, but an automation script is not going to skip anything unless you intentionally go and do that, right? It is always going to execute line by line only. As a code, they are having a sequence where it has to execute line by line. So any of them are auto skipping or nothing can be happening there. So results wise, I can rely on the tools because it is going to strictly follow the instruction provided by the automation tester. Consistency wise also, so today it has taken 1 hour for execution, tomorrow also plus or minus 5, not more than that. And similarly, today it has executed 700 cases, means tomorrow also, if the application is possibly fine and with no errors or with no showstoppers, then it is going to take the same amount of time and the same line benefits of automation testing. But when we see the other side of automation testing, there are some factors involved. Even though you may justify it saying, hey, I'm using an open source tool, so I'm not charged with any licensing cost, anything, right? Well and good. But if you see Selenium with Java, you people are using. But most of the organization, like if it is a product-based organization mainly, they don't rely on open source. So even though your application is created in Java, they still rely on IntelliJ because it provides major functionalities like configuring the SVN's Git directly over there, and it provides some sort of security JetBrains. So it itself is there providing the community edition as well as the commercial edition also. But we prefer to go with the commercial edition. So in that also there is a cost involved. And compared to any other tools, when we go for open source tools, the market is huge. So the automation testers demand is also high. So cost wise, we may say that from the wider perspective, say it decreases the cost, but definitely it is not like that. It altogether it is decreasing the cost because the time is reducing, execution time is reducing because of that, because the testers mostly are charged on a hourly basis. So it is getting compensated. That's all I can say. But I don't at any point of time I am not ready to agree that at this point, like cost wise, we are getting very efficiently in automation testing, because it is not true, as you know very well. So why automation, as we are aware of that? So the first and foremost thing, as everyone has worked in automation, the most important thing is we as a industry, when you are working, you will do the testing on multiple levels. Like first, when the development is done, it will be moved to the QA environment. So first level 0 or QA environment testing has to be done. So in that, identify the major defects and get it isolated, fix it. Once all of them are fixed, then it has to be moved to the staging environment. So there again, level 1 testing is done. So where you identify the next level of bugs. So once again, if you fix that, then move it to the IT environment or pre-production environment. Again, so like that, multiple levels of testing you will do. So that will increase the coverage of testing. So that is one aspect. And the other most important thing is, if you are having multiple application servers, like google.co.in is there, google.co.uk is there, similarly Yahoo, similarly any application, if they are deployed in global occurrences, so they have set of functionality same, but according to the region, the results and other things may vary. So for that, I cannot create another automation scripts, right? So the default, we just update the URL and we will be running it. And the other most important thing is, software testing does not require human intervention, which is, as I said, overnight execution we are going to do. It increases the speed of test execution. It increases the speed of test execution means we cannot do anything on the application end to make the application faster, and it is not realistic also if we are doing like that. What do we mean by increase the speed of test execution? Means we can consider from the perspective of prerequisites and post-requisites. For example, when you want to do a prerequisite for your manual testing, what are the things you do? Yesterday, you may have done the regression testing, so you have to clear the databases, flush out the data. If you need, you have to create the data. Like that, prerequisites are there. Post-request, once you have done all the activities, you have to close the connection with the database, you have to close the files, all these things, and you have to, if there are any batch process has to be started, you have to stop that, like that. So in that case, when we are going for automation, we can write bat files, or we can call the bat files at the end of it. Or in Selenium with Java itself, you have the before suite and after suite, where we can write some of the cases which has to be done after the suite is completely ended. So like that. So in that perspective only, it is the speed of test execution is increased, not from the perspective of interacting with the application, because interacting with the application, it requires the amount of time to be provided for the application to perform the operation. I cannot make fast the application because the application may not be able to complete the operation what it is supposed to do. Automation helps in increased test coverage. How it helps in increased test coverage? Again, this is not based on the automation tool. It is based on the automation tester. So we have to cover most of the scenarios, and based on that only we can completely cover all the testing part. So this part we accepted because, you know, as a manual tester, when level 0, we find 1 or 2 defects and we retest it. On the level 1, we will be lethargic, you know that. Because already in level 0, no errors are found. So how can be the same build only they have deployed again? So we may skip some test cases. That is what they are saying here. Which test case to automate? So as a tester, so I don't know which process you people are following. Well, currently we are in Agile. So for example, there is a scenario for me, there is a user story provided for this week, for this sprint. So based on the user story, the manual tester is going to prepare the test cases. You know, in Agile, documentation are not important, but still they will be providing the high-level cases. From the high-level cases, I'm going to identify the critical business scenarios, which may require to test in all the builds, or which may require to test every time whenever there is a change in a particular module or particular application. So identify those kind of critical modules and check the possibility whether that can be automated or not. So that is the first case. Which test cases means? First one is complex. That is complex in that sense, not about the operations you perform, the complexity of the business and how that case is impacting the application. And also you can identify the test cases which are tedious or which is difficult in order